Hello? Hello? Hi. Oh, my face tracking is misaligned. Hi. Happy Thursday. It's been forever since I saw all of you. It's been so long. Hi. Hello, let me fix my face. There are several things occurring right now, and I don't know if one of them is actually working, and we will find out if it is. Oh, Lance, thank you. I'm gonna say thank you to a lot of people. Thank you. Where is... Okay, so this is actually not working. Hang on. Classic. Wait, hang on. I need this to be... Where is that one? Okay, it might be a little loud. There we go. Might be a little loud. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Hello. Hi. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you. I'm kind of better. Here, let me do thank yous first, and then I'll catch you up, because you guys were going crazy before the stream started for some reason. What was up with that? Thank you. We have, so since last time I was live, Incinda resubscribed, which thank you. Thank you, Incinda. For Spookable resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you. Yippee, rotation. Oh my gosh, everything's happening. Hang on, wait. Selma resubscribed for 7 months. Happy 7 months, fellas. What the heck? It's 7 months already? I feel like I say this every month. That's crazy. Thank you. Incinda, thank you for gifting a sub to Hoshi. Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Bugs. Mythic, thank you for resubscribing. Bleak, last remaining neuron, thank you for subscribing with Prime. There's so many of you. What the heck is happening? There was a whole hype train while I wasn't live yet. Lance, thank you for resubscribing. Selma, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Y'all are going crazy. What the heck? Apparently you can't give single subs if you're on 68 gifts. I see. National sub ran out day. Oh, I guess I did probably get my affiliate, I guess, in the middle of a week maybe. Is this my first time playing Wuwa? So technically I'm not playing Wuwa. Wuwa is launched as a game in the background and you can hear it right now as we speak. But that's not what we're doing. We're taking a look at the designs of the characters from Wuwa. This is character design versus art teacher round 2 for this game, which is that the 3D, as I have learned, is so much better than the 2D. Your affiliate now, congrats, thank you. I am partnered also now, thank you. Why do you have it launched? So we can look at the 3D models in the game while we look at it. Are you looking using someone else's account? No, so here, let me just put us there so you can see what's happening here. It's gonna be split. EG is upgraded, no more Google Images. Oh wait, hang on, you can't see it yet. So here's Clip Studio, here's the usual Clip Studio. And now if I go like this, hang on, we're not in the game, hang on. I downloaded the game just so that we could see it, and I'm going to promptly, immediately uninstall the game as soon as we're done looking at it today. Do you have the characters? So you don't have to have the characters to look at them. So look, here's the game. Here's the game. Here's Rover. I literally downloaded the game, watched it do an intro cinematic, and then it gives you the gallery immediately. So I can just go like that. And bam, here we are. Wait, that's not the character we're starting with? Here's where we're starting.
I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
And I think I can look at her. Can I rotate around her? I can't. So I actually can't rotate around her, at least. Hang on. Is it a different combination of buttons? No, I can't. But now, the benefit here is that we can at least look at them in engine. Particles in the orb thing? Yeah, right? We can look at them in engine, which does help, I feel like. And then I also get all this info about them, which is lore that is pertinent to them. So then I am informed. I will not have overlooked obvious necessary things. Like I can back out, we can look at the full body. I may need to readjust the window a little bit where she's hanging out. Wow. There, that's probably good, I think, maybe, right? So yay! Okay, I also need to turn it down real quick. But then before I do too much more here, I'm gonna update you guys on what my life has been like for the past couple of days. This music is just too loud though. There we go. That's better. And then I can turn it back up for you. So, there we go. Okay, so we will get into it rather quickly today because, for a reason. If y'all had maybe heard in the Discord.
I alone will decide whether it's for show or
Thank
for
you.
battle.
Thank you, Carlotta. If you had potentially mayhaps heard via Discord or me mentioning it on the Twitter, I have been slightly under the weather, unfortunately. I ate something funky on Sunday, and it left me wrecked all the way through yesterday. Like, I am doing my best, but I am still mildly uncomfy. And I'm still not eating normally again. So don't worry, I've got my Gatorade here, I've got my appy sauce here, I will be okay. But my tummy is not happy. And then I think I told you guys before that I have this propensity in the winter to do a sneeze and then sneeze nosebleed. I did one of those like 10 minutes before starting stream. So if I sound funny, it's because I have a cotton ball shoved up my nose. Just little EG things, just little EG things. Thank goodness it wasn't a cold. Too many folks have it. Yeah, no, I've heard a lot of people have the, what is it, the norovirus thing that like wrecks your stomach. I was so scared that that was what I had, but I'm very relieved to report, no, I do not have that. I am just ill. I just ate something funky. I went to a sushi place on Sunday with some friends, and I think that maybe that did me in, but I don't know. Classic move, shove a tissue up my nose and it's bleeding. Yeah, well, I was like, I gotta stream. I haven't streamed in almost a week. But I might sound a little funny or a little nasal because of it for a bit, and I'll take it out eventually. Sorry to hear, get well soon. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate it. I am doing my best for survival. So if I'm a little out of my usual today, that's why. I'm like 80% of, actually, I'm like 75% of a person right now. We're getting back, and I'm like already wearing myself out doing this. I'm like trying to not yawn. Sorry. I don't hear a difference. Hope you get better soon. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's a relief that it doesn't sound more crazy. And you could have taken more of a break. Okay, I could have, but like if I took more of a break, I had a thing scheduled for tomorrow. Not had, have. I have a thing scheduled for tomorrow with Licorice. You're gonna get to watch your teacher learn to do trendy dances and learn things about 80s, which should be at least mildly interesting tomorrow with Licorice, a friend of mine. And we have been trying to schedule this collab that is happening tomorrow since like July. So, so I was like, no way, we have to still do it. I will dance and you cannot stop me. It's gonna be like watching your dad try and learn a dance, maybe. I'm pretty good at things, but I have no understanding of K-pop dance and how that all works, so it may be silly. But I was like, no, I have to do this. I cannot. Previously moving screwed it up. I cannot do this again. Hello, how many characters you've done already? None, actually. This is the first one. We have just opened it up. So we are only just getting into it right now. I still gotta do I gotta take roll here still. Oh, her outfit is hideous the way it forces skin to be shown in weird places. Welcome to Gacha game character design. Her design isn't pissing me off yet, but we will look. I don't tend to get schmad, don't worry. Shroom will bust a move. Yeah, Shroom can bust a move. I will be trying for tomorrow full body tracking. And we'll see how that goes. It's not like a debut full body tracking like crazy thing. It's gonna be a minorly scuff. I attempt it just to see if I can dance with it and see if it works. Kind of thing, but it should be fun at least. But yeah, hang on. Let me take roll. A failure teacher move here, but I was very distracted at the beginning here. Everybody was being very kind and giving subs. And then also, I had to tell you why I'm slightly out of the ordinary at the moment. So, let's see. Who's here? Nilo's best friend for Spookable. I saw somebody try and fish. Why are you trying to fish? There's no fishing. Arm. Rusty Robot Factory. Bleak / remaining neuron. Deflora. Alive to thrive. Oh, I'm getting hiccups. Oh man, everything's going downhill. Lamia Arcane. Mythic Shogun. Ox Machina. Binary Star. Ooh, I know Riraku's here. Hoshi, Selma, Mad Buns. YouTube fellas, who's here? Are you here? Are you here for class? No fish? No fish today. I just walked in. Dang, that's generic. Really, you think so? We'll get into it. Hi, Lance. Hi, Bugs. Hello. Hi, Fish. Hi, Game Loser. Hi, Kenny. Hello. Hi, fellas. What about goldfish? I can't have goldfish because of my stomach, so neither can you. And they're not called goldfish anyway. I can't believe you'd forsaken me like this. They're called fish crackers. They're called fish crackers. Why would you call them that? No, still no fish crackers, unfortunately. Hi, Mishmash. Fish is here. No. Fish is here. The herd is out in Honkai Star Rail. The meme queen is here. I'm aware. I snooped on Lance streaming the game yesterday. Wait, was that yesterday? That might have been yesterday. Or was it the day before? I can't remember. I don't have good timeline. Hey. Hi. You're never safe from Squiiji. I thought I warned you all of this. You're never safe. I snoop on not an insignificant number of you who are people who stream. None of you are ever safe. And I have a tendency to snoop and be watching people's streams, not as Squiiji. I have a personal account that I use. You'll never find me. I could be in your chat at any moment. You'll never know. Raise, thank you for following. Can't smile back at the, I'm sorry, what do you call goldfish? Fish crackers. They're called fish crackers. That's what they're called. You can't stop me. That's what they are. So the trick is to never stream. In Cinda, I'll find you. Don't think you're safe. EG could be any of us. Yeah, I'm always everywhere. I'm watching everyone. I watched ID10 last night, return to streaming, and only at the end when we raided out did I realize I wasn't me. Because there's some people where I don't mind, like, for some people I don't mind being Squiiji. I don't want to intimidate people as Squiiji, and I don't want to steal attention as Squiiji. I just like to snoop. But I didn't realize, like, I would have been, like, for the support, I should have been Squiiji and been like, hi, welcome back, ID10! And I was, but I wasn't me. Whoops. What can you do? EG's in their own chat. Sometimes accidentally I'm in my own chat. It's happened before. And then I have to figure out why my VOD has ever so slightly duplicated audio, and I'm like, oh, rip. I love a stream, so I'm safe. See, there you go. There you go, you're safe, you're safe. Narrowly. I am in your walls, though. So you're only safe from me as far as snooping that way goes. I am in your walls, and I am growing in your front lawn, so you're not actually safe from me on that front. Never safe from Squiiji. You've given me a cookie. I'm going to do a very sad thing, which is that I'm eating toast. And when I say toast, I mean it is bread that has gone in a toaster and came out of the toaster. So that is what my snack is going to be here. I'm gonna drink a little Gatorade. I am recovering, fear not. I am way better than I was on Monday. Not even butter. I don't really like butter. Controversial opinion, maybe. I'm not that into butter. Communism, we're all EG. See, I'm not actually sure that's how communism works. I don't think communism lets you all steal my identity. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is not that. True, I do like margarine. I prefer margarine, but we don't have any right now. This house does not contain margarine, so we did not use any. I don't have walls or a lawn, and I don't eat shrooms. I'll find some way to get you. Do you have a sink? I can get you via the sink also. That's one of my other secret skills. Katie Cat, thank you for following. Also, it's snowing out, I just noticed. It is snowing. That's crazy. Oh, gotta go and take care of stream. We'll check the VOD. Hey, thank you. Post-apocalyptic checkware is always the theme. I have noticed that, yeah. Except when it is weird theater kids, apparently. Minus Rincata characters because they're more Italy. Yep, there we go. Got it. Thank you for stopping by, you. Gotta have emergency cinnamon sugar for toast. I don't think cinnamon sugar is the right move for me who is having tummy problem. Maybe. Unclear. I can't take my vitamins either because I'm like, gelatin question mark while I'm having stomach question mark? Unclear. Don't know if that's a good move. Can always get you, let that sink in. Yeah, let it sink in. I'll always get you. Don't worry, I've been eating my nutrients. I've been getting my nutrients. I've been eating pancakes that are protein fortified. So my health is okay. I am just not at full energy because was not retaining did the things I should have been retaining. What can you do? But I am okay. Try to eat fruits and vegetables and avoid eggs and dairy. Yeah, no, I am lactose sensitive. I will not be touching dairy. And do not touch dairy anyway. Pancakes ain't healthy, for now eat soup. What do you mean pancake ain't healthy? Pancake healthy enough. Pancake have protein, which is something I need, and there's not really another way for me to get it right now while I'm having tummy problem. And I'm vegetarian. So that's my technique. Okay, now I go, bye. Don't you dare touch it. I will not. No more writing in my dairy. Okay. Why are we having so many dairy puns? There's a lot happening. Need more transparent EGs with different lip flaps for science reasons. Okay. Do you want just more of me, just screenshots of me doing phenomes? Or do you want longer video of me going... the thing I'm doing in that green screen video of me talking is when I'm going watermelon, 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 watermelon. So then just clip that and use that maybe if you need me. Right? Lip flaps? Yeah, that's an animation term. That's an animation term. The confusion? Yeah, if you appear in my stream right now when I'm watermeloning, I wish you luck. The confusion. Sorry. Watermelon. Yes. Too cheesy, less dairy. Yeah, no. No dairy. We're not going to be cheesy. We're not going to have any dairy. I'm going to take good care of my health, and I'm going to do great. What are melons? I don't know what are melons. I'm too sick to answer that question for you, actually. You should reference Vsauce's Do Chairs Exist? Watermelons are not real. They are just simples arranged watermelon-wise. And I'm sorry to do this to all of you once more. Have some existentialism and also metaphysics, maybe. Good luck. More a fan of land melon. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. That's allowed. That's fine. I thought those were big striped apples. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, I don't know what we're talking about. We should be talking about this game. I should be making disclaimers and also opening a rubric is what I should be doing. So first up, hi, this is Wuthering Waves. I'm E.G. I'm a freelance artist. I'm also a fungi. And I've taught things like character design. I haven't said that in my disclaimers previously. And people have said in the comments, random VTuber thinks they know character design. Oh no, unfortunately for you, I have taught this. Unfortunately for you, I do have a little bit of knowing of what I'm doing. Disclaimers, my favorite time of day. Disclaimer. Number one, my thoughts are just my thoughts. It is just me. I am not the end all be all. I am just one funny little guy. Fun guy, if you will. You do not have to subscribe to anything I say. It's fine. It is okay. We are allowed to disagree. However, these are my thoughts. I do have a master's degree in art. Thumbs up. That does not mean I know everything, but that means I know a couple things. Second disclaimer. I have tried to learn what I can about this game and the lore of this game. Question mark? Hang on. I have tried to learn what I can about the lore of this game, but as somebody who has not played it personally, other than the, I guess now 10 minutes it's been launched so that I can look at the characters, I'm not going to know everything. I'm not going to pick up on everything. But today, to give us a better try, the biggest thing I heard last time we talked about this game was that the characters are much better in-game than they are in the illustrations, and I am believing you and I am with you totally, fully, completely. Because all of the concerns I think I have, if I'm looking at this render, pretty much go away here. Like, I have trouble seeing the difference between hair and skin tone because they're very close in color. And then same with skin tone in the dress. Totally not a problem here in the actual in-game model, which is fantastic and I'm relieved. But all of the characters are so pale. So we do have to get that out of the way immediately. Secondarily, disclaimers. I can't know everything. You guys are welcome to tell me things. And if I get things wrong, you are welcome to tell me in the comments kindly. You are welcome to nicely say, E.G., you goofed that one up. To which I will usually respond to the comments and say, wow, thanks for letting me know. Was waiting for it? Yeah. Your master's degree? Is that their first or last name? What? Whose first or last name? This character's Carlotta. I have a master's degree? Also, yes, I do. I finished it and then became a streamer. As you do, apparently. Yes. I played a few hours and it's convoluted. Okay. So I will not feel so bad that I tend to miss some details when it comes to them. But, so that we are not going to have the confusion moment, I do have the thing, so I can hit this funny little question.
I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
Thanks. I can open it and therefore I can read their lore here to make sure I get the gist that the game wants me to get. I'm not relying on fan-made wikis or people are saying somewhere or not. Yes. I can't believe you stole your degree from Master. Can't have anything in the shroom state, huh? No belief, no one believes in me. So much more red in the skin tone? Yes! And it's doing a lot because of color undertone. Hang on, okay, we're accidentally getting into critiquing this character. I'm not done my disclaimers. Or am I? Disclaimers. Disclaimers. Hang on, I have my list of them because I think I missed a couple, and the moment I miss one of them, in the actual... if I miss any of them in the actual VOD, I will hear about it, unfortunately, so... Give me 1 second. There we go. Need to run off for a bit, we'll return post-haste. Go for it. Also, Riraku, question mark, thank you for following me. Thank you, Riraku, question mark. Wow! Hoshi, how could you throw me? I have a tummy ache. That's not kind. Don't throw me right now. Give up, Twitch hates me, won't let me switch from 3-month subscription to Prime. Oh. I am sorry about that. What is going on? Twitch, be kind. Be nice to Riraku. Riraku is a kind Shroomate supporter. Why is it being unkind? What the heck? Teacher, can I get a bathroom pass? Oh, you can go to the bathroom, you're allowed. You're always allowed. You don't even have to ask. This is like a college classroom. This isn't high school. You just go. As long as you don't make a scene, you can just go. Trying to activate my Prime sub, having troubles with PayPal. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Twitch is weird today. I did hear that other people are having trouble today, but imagine my shock as I see Riraku. Shroomate since day one. Follow me, question mark. Hello? Welcome back. Hi, Speak of the Fox. Hello, Dreamy Ducky also. Hello. I'm doing as best I can. I am recovering. Check Zany outfit. Okay, I'll check that too. And yes, there is lots of physics. I have noticed this. We are going to overlook the physics quickly. Okay, disclaimers now because I can actually see my list of them, which is that I approached the story as best I could, and I did a cold read on each of the characters that I did write down before any of you could tell me what's going on with them. So I will tell you my cold read, and that'll usually tell us how well they're working or not as far as concept goes. I'm using the usual VTuber criteria, which, hang on, I do have to open. You're gonna watch, whoops, we're gonna peek behind the scenes here. Whoops. Wait, if I put this here, you can't see it. Not that there's anything on there that is dangerous for you to see, actually. I am a very smart VTuber, and everything on my computer is actually named Squiiji. 5-second betrayal? No, not betrayal. My computer does not betray me. You just have to look behind the scenes very quickly. I'm betraying you maybe in the sense that you have to acknowledge that, is any of this real? Is any of this actually real? The betrayal's over, don't worry. So this, I'm using what I usually use for VTuber design critiques. However, I am using it for game character design critiques because what is a character if not a character, I say? What is a character? We did not figure that one out. A character is something I know when I see it, to quote a famous Supreme Court quote that I should not get into the details of. If you know what that's about, you know what that's about. So, our categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept and motifs, and we have bonus points, which I tend to not give. Hoshi, you will find out when you're older, you are specifically a fellow who should not know what that's about, probably. It's a simulation. I'm not simulating anything. I'm real. Simulation, simulacra. No, I'm real. I promise. Somewhere in here I am, yes. To get full points in these categories. Wait, I gotta zoom out so we can actually see them. Full points for color palette. The palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. This tends to be the area that Wuthering Waves struggles the most with. As far as the key art goes, as far as art goes for the characters, character portraits, and the 2D art, they tend to struggle with this a little bit. The in-game models are marginally better because the lighting is adding a lot to it, but I would still say that a lot of the color palettes in and of themselves aren't especially interesting. They tend to repeat a lot, but today we're gonna look at a lot of them that aren't having that trouble. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette has to be interesting, unique, easily identifiable in and of itself. And I will say, out of all of the gacha-y type games, gacha 3D games like this, gacha waifu games, for lack of a better category for them, this one definitely has the best silhouettes overall. So that is a benefit to it. I said this last time. I am so usually thrilled by silhouettes, which is usually something that Honkai Star Rail suffered with and didn't do a great job at. That's something Genshin suffered with and didn't do a great job at. ZZZ was a little better. But this game honestly seems to be the best so far in silhouette. So what they're lacking in color palette, they usually make up for in silhouette. Complexity versus clarity. The model should be well balanced. Detail should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. This is another area that this game tends to do better than other 3D waifu gacha games. Because they aren't over-designed, they're not over-weirdly patterned, they don't have an insane amount of filigree, they don't subscribe to the more detail equals more better thing that I tend to see, in this genre of game. So, yippee, yay, good work, Wuthering Waves. For focal points should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face primarily, because that is how we establish a connection with a character. It is also okay to have other areas of focal that are not like maybe the key focal point or that are maybe slightly distracting if they are important for lore or if it's important to our understanding of a character. In these types of games, I also have to accept that usually they'll do this and make it an asset. I say, an asset, I say. I'm winking at you, I'm not going to elaborate. That's fine. I will have my own troubles with that. I know why they're doing it, and I can't be mad at them for it. But I can, on a personal, if I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can't be mad. If I'm being biased, I can be a little bugged. Just a little. And then concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means, I have to elaborate on this because that's usually the thing that is missed, is that characters' defining personality traits should be visible in a character's design, unless we are going for like a gap moe or opposite expectations situation. I should be able to tell visually what the character's role in the story is, perhaps, unless it is, once again, something that is meant to be a secret. As far as gameplay goes, I should potentially be able to guess what role they might play, whether they are somebody who is, as I've already been spoiled, she's a gunslinger, I know this. Would we know that about her looking at what she looks like? Unclear. This tends to be where characters get hit the most as far as concept goes, is occupation or role within story. And what is their relationship to the world they exist in? Where are they from? Their culture, their background, etc. Can I look at characters from the same region and maybe guess that they're from the same region? Genshin does a really good job of that. I say surprisingly, I'm not actually surprised. This game, so far, seems like it may also do that. We're looking at some of the 2.0 designs today, and it seems like a lot of them are very visually different than the previous characters, since they're from a new region, and they're handled in a way that actually solves some of my other concerns that I had with other things, which does set them apart. So it does work, yes. Okay, and then what else do I have here? Oh, and then there are additional criteria for characters that are in games that go beyond what we usually talk about in VTuber designs. I know that this is a game where it's a third-person game, so we are going to be looking at the back of the character's design, probably a bit more than the front, actually, as it may go. Is the back interesting without being overwhelming, or do we have a Tainari situation where we like the design on the front and then the back is just like chaos and overwhelming and strange? Hopefully not. Also, it's a gacha game. They do need to be attractive. The whole point is they gotta get you to spend the money, because the game's free. Game is free. They gotta get you to spend the shmoney. Oh! Hello! Welcome in! Wayne Raid, hi! Showmates! Rotate at them! Hello, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. Right now, we're going through my disclaimers and my rubric. We're talking about character design and Wuthering Waves, and me, as a 3D modeler, I am so happy. I am so happy. The in-game models are so much better than the 2D art is, which I feel like is almost never the case in my life experience. Look at the difference here. Look at the difference, I say. I have the game also open, but welcome. Cow, Ali, thank you for following, and Talonok, thank you for following. Can we get a shout out mayhaps for Huntress Wayne? If mods are busy, I can get it too if you're not, but what were you up to, fellas? What were you guys up to? Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, hang on. I'm going to steal your name, because I think mods are probably busy right now, which is a-okay. There we go, and then bonk. There we go, got it. Playing Deltarune. Deltarune, that is the Undertale adjacent game? Maybe? Question mark? Am I right about that? I don't quite know. I am not super well versed in in it. Yes, yippee, hell yeah, I'm so in touch with the youngins these days. Don't steal my name. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Undertale related. Okay, I see. Loving this idea, glad I caught the stream. Oh, thank you. Insight from the 3D versus 2D angles. The angle is mostly just that there's a lot of things happening. Okay, they're making me do everything right now. I'm T-posing, I'm sorry. The angle here mostly is that there's a lot of trouble that the designs run into as far as clarity when it comes to color layout. If we look at this character, zoom out, the bangs kind of run right into the face, and the difference between maybe the clothing white and the skin tone is kind of so minimized that we can't tell the difference. Meanwhile, if you look at the in-game model, I mean, the fact that she's moving helps, but there's a lot more difference. Her skin tone is much warmer, which gives us more contrast just in color undertone, but it's also darker, so it works more clearly for me. But yeah. I look away in orb. Yeah. Undertale design ranking when? That would be an interesting one, I feel like. That does tend to be one of those fandoms that I fear to poke. So maybe. Someday, mayhaps. I have a long list of places to go. Turn around for the skirt. I can't. It actually doesn't let me orbit them, unfortunately. Yeah, there we go. We can see again. Thank you, Viruko. It doesn't let me orbit the characters for some reason, which does make me a little sad. And I have a feeling it's because people were being unscrupulous about it. And that does ruin it for all of us, and it does ruin it for me, character designer who is trying to analyze them. But yeah, cannot rotate, unfortunately. Oh, hang on, sorry. I was doing disclaimers still. Hang on. My thing I was saying is that gacha game, they have to make the characters attractive, or they have to make a character have a mechanism that makes you want to pull for them and spend your money for them. That you either have to look at character and go, oh, she's so pretty, I have to have her, come home. Or you have to look at the character and go, oh man, I have to have this on my team in order to keep up with the meta. Those are the two options. And gacha games tend to go for kind of a mix of both. Yeah. You dared poke the Genshin fandom. Honestly, one of the worst mistakes I've made. Bad mistake. It screws up all my DMs on every platform that I did poke it. But yeah, so they do that, and that is why we will see, focusing on assets, I do see Fruit Purin. That is, for some reason this game really likes armpits, and I think that that's appealing to a certain audience. That's their intent, at least. Potentially. So it is something, and there's a reason why they're doing it. I can't be fully concerned with why they're doing it, because I know why they're doing it. They're doing it on purpose. They're doing it intentionally. But from a character design standpoint, we are making sacrifices for it. And then also, selling merchandise and having the ability for people to draw the characters is also important when it comes to character designs in a series like this, where the staying power of any series is usually determined by the amount of fan works that are made about it, where, you know, the cultural impact of Avatar, not the Airbender, the blue people, high grossing movie, people don't really talk about it though, other than, wow, good technicals. However, things like, let me pick a good example. Probably Undertale, as we were saying, good example of this. Things that have a ton of fan works about them, whether it be fan fiction or fan art, tend to have a stronger staying power with communities. Toho, yeah, Toho's another good example, yes. Tends to be what it is. Yeah, Fate is another good example. Things that have more fan works tend to have a stronger staying power with communities and fans. Therefore, you know, you don't have to do as much to advertise your game because your community is advertising your game for you because they want to draw your characters, and wanting to draw your characters does come down to making them A, nice to draw, B, desirable to draw, C, not something that makes me want to rip my eyeballs out if I were to try and draw. So that is how it goes, yes. So those are the things that are related here. And also, clearly, regardless of any misgivings I may have of the way that the characters are designed in this game, don't matter, because the game's doing fine. The game is succeeding well enough, with or without me giving them these critiques. So this is A, why I don't feel bad giving the critiques. I'm not critiquing any one individual for it. There's a team that is deciding these things, and B, they're doing fine. They don't gotta worry about me. I'm just a little shroom on the internet telling you about how I feel about it. Good example, the two avatars on opposite sides. That's true, it is, yes. They are on opposite sides of it. Yes. Skyrim modding, another example that's true. Skyrim modding is another example of the staying power of something. But Skyrim also re-releases on every platform to ever exist once a year. So that definitely keeps it in the forefront of our minds forever, I would say. But yeah. I wish they censor it like Genshin Swimming, where you're actively flying in the world, have to use male characters? Huh? What do you mean? To pull her to rotate again? What? Unavoidable in flying though and moving flash me? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope the characters are wearing safety shorts. I was happy with ZZZ. The characters were wearing safety shorts. But apparently that may not be the case here. So, to actually get into this, before I actually get into it, let me take a sip of my Gatorade. I am trying so hard to have excitement in my voice and in my energy and wherewithal. I am under the weather, if you have just appeared here. I am recovering from I'm a stomach ache survivor. I'm a tummy ache survivor. I'm doing my best. Don't worry, all characters have shorts. Thank you. I'm glad to know. That is a relief. So, what we have here, starting out, this is Carlotta, who is, I believe, a 2.0 character, but she is one of the ones that's released already. We may run into a problem here, which is that I wanted to talk about Brant last time, but I don't actually know if he is one of my options here yet. Oh, I don't think he is. No, I wanted to look at Brant. Why is he not one of my options? And then there's also, I feel like there's other characters that are missing here right now. So I may have to do what I can with who I can see in here, but I want to pull him up anyway, because he was released last week, wasn't he? Or like, partially out, not out probably. People told me last Thursday he was coming out that night, so I don't know. Squiiji keeps losing? No, I don't. I keep winning. Sympathies from a Christmas time tummy ache survivor. I wish us all no tummy aches in the full year. His splash art got released? Okay. I need his model though. Like, I need his full body art, unfortunately, to look. Sad for your splash art, you can't see it well. Ugh. He's the one I wanted to talk about! It was him! I wanted to talk about him! I could, she's fine too. We're gonna talk about the ones who are the newer ones. But oh man, come on.
Decide whether it's for show
Dang
or
it.
for battle.
Brant, Phoebe, Zany, and Carthea will be on 2.1-ish. Oh, rip. Dang it. Models out involves leaks. We did unfortunately learn that last week also. I opened something and blinded and did not see that it literally said on it in the corner something about leaks. Model is already in game, can look at videos of story in game. I don't know if I can, because I haven't unlocked it yet. I literally I have not played the game. The game opened, I did the intro cinematic, and I clicked a button that takes me here, and that is it. So this is where we'll be. Yeah, no, you can't? Yeah, I figure not. Okay, so we will look at Carlotta and Roccia? I don't know how to say her name. Roccia? Roccia? Perhaps? Carlotta?
Will decide.
Camellya?
Would you like
Camellya?
a fun
Something
game?
of that sort?
But I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
Roccia. Okay. Chia? That's not quite right. Oh, is it gonna be a Roccia? Are we gonna do like a cappuccino situation here on pronunciation of the name? Roccia? I should have guessed because I was pronouncing, this guy's name as if his was the same. We will look at him also today. I was calling him, Calcharo, or Calcharo, because I thought there was an I in there, and I was doing weird Italian pronunciation. Roccia makes sense, yeah, okay. I forget they're Italian. 100% pull for this one. I like the girly pops with slight edge. I do too.
I alone will decide whether it's
Song
for
King and
show
Creator.
or for
So,
battle.
So, Carlotta, my cold read on her. I'm gonna zoom in here, because I honestly, I can't even zoom in this window, which actually kind of sucks. Makes me feel like downloading it wasn't actually that helpful. But, the things that I was trying to discern about her as I was just looking at her design, knowing nothing about her, she is a floating crystal and a gun. That's gonna tell me she's probably a gun-type character in her fighting style, but if she wasn't holding the gun, honestly, there's really nothing going on in her design that would make me think that she is a gunman. That is the role she plays as far as gameplay. Which, you know, what does a gun, how do we signify that a character is going to use a gun in a character's design? Unclear. There is probably a way to do it. And it might unfortunately lean too far into making her military to do something like that. But, you know, for what it's worth, it's not too bad. The other thing is that as I was looking around on this design, there is such a menagerie of motifs that I was trying to use to piece together what her role in the story is. Where if we zoom in, she's got little bows just about everywhere. She's got these blue crystals. She has kind of a clown-like ruffle around her gun, but it looks like her gun is like hollow or something? Ammo belt? See, that'd be kind of funny maybe. Yeah, so my piece have handguns that use ammo one would carry in the person. See, that would be kind of funny if we gave her like an ammo belt or something else that's holding her ammo. That would be kind of nice. Floating magic crystal things. We have straps. We have different kind of flowers. We have roses, and then we also have a 4-petaled flower. We have sort of a flower petal motif at the top of the socks. But it's different in handling than the other flowers. I'm getting a bit of a ribcage motif from this thing that's around her chest. She is a armored sternum plate, question mark? But that's not quite what it is. There's a chain connecting it to the center of her ribbon. The more I was working through looking at this design, the more confused I got about all of the different things that are happening. I don't know what this is, but this almost looks like she has a tie that's pinned vertically on her shirt. And then she has a collar. She has one chain in her whole design, which is right there on her chest, which may have implications about lore. But I was really puzzling trying to figure her out because there's so many different things happening, and it's not even a dress. What do you mean it's not even a dress? What do you mean? Magical sword gun? I don't think it's a sword. I think it's just a gun, question mark? Unless it is a blade. It's got some weird little, like, angular markings on it, too, that make me feel wintry when I look at it, which, I will say, it has been spoiled for me because I can see, you can't. I can see what her element is right now, and I would have not guessed from looking at her, just visually looking at her. I would have guessed that maybe she has some sort of, like, floral thing she does, like rose-related, maybe, based in the color and the fact that there's roses and other flowers on her for her elements. I don't know what the elemental abilities are off the top of my head from this game, but she is ice. And to me, at least, the only thing on her design that is really giving me ice all that much, if that was their intention, is the gun. Which would count as something, Glacio. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that gives me that so much is her gun. Oh wait, and then if I zoom in on her also, we have a, oh man, what is this pattern called? It's not tarlatan, it's not tartan, it's not plaid, or is it plaid? What is this called where it's the diamonds that have the crisscrossing dashed lines on them? There's a pattern in here that does not show up anywhere else on this design. There's just so many things happening. Argyle, thank you, Riku. Quilted, no, it is Argyle, yes. Doesn't she magically construct the gun? She could, I believe it. I can see this as being like a magical artifact by looking at it. And there's actually, like, if I look at this gun, it better be magical. There's no trigger, there's kind of a barrel, but like not really. There is some just questionable nonsense happening here that is not inherently gun. Elements glaze tip, she doesn't actually use ice, she uses crystals. Okay. And we're gonna assume maybe that they're colored ice crystals, perhaps, for the sake of making sense in the story, maybe, or making sense with what she is using. But it is interesting. Yeah, why didn't they take the opportunity to make the flowers ice crystals? They already have the shape language for doing that on the gun. Do you see the shape language they're using where it's really sharp angles down here? They could have treated the flowers similarly to make them more in keeping with the other elements, because what I was doing when I was walking us through all the different things happening here. Let me grab my pen so I can outline and then count all of the motifs. Does the game mute when I click out of it? No. Okay, it just paused. Okay. I thought the game muted. The song ended the moment I clicked out of the window. So, if we outline all the different visual motifs, if you don't, for an explanation of what a visual motif is, it's anything that is a repeating element in a design. Repetition is something we can use to make a design feel like it is, has harmony all the way throughout it, and it's something that makes a design feel like there's a good amount of detail without being overwhelming, and we can use motifs to inform our understanding of a character. But when there's too many of them, they stop informing us and just become more different things that if you were going to want to try and draw her, it's more different things to try and learn how to draw also. So like if we look, all the different ways things are handled on her, we have little four-pointed like flowers that are kind of like this. They are at least handled kind of similarly to how the bows are handled. We have bows all over that are handled in this style. Whoops, you can't even see what I'm doing. Whoopsie. So that's 2 already. We have a chain that is only around her neck, which I'm going to guess is maybe something related to lore that's going to tell us, oh, her heart is chained up. Whoa, because it's across her chest. We have these banded striped things that are reading as a tie for some reason, and that's really the only place those appear, other than it being the same material as her hair ribbon. So, tie? Question mark? Then we have, if I keep looking throughout her, we have rose, which appears only on the gun. So I'm just gonna quickly draw a rose here, where you can't see it, but you'll be able to see it in a second. We have this diamond-shaped armor thing that has filigree on it. And that is, I think, the only thing that has filigree on it in the whole design, also, which is this thing. We have her wrist cuff, which is handled as, like, a fabric that is, like, you know, it's kind of interweaving in and out, which is also how the bottom edge of, like, her, I guess these are sleeves are handled? Then we also have the bottom edge of the cape on her back that I don't quite understand, which we're still adding more things, which is in a zigzag pattern. We have one thing that is argyle, which is the inside of her cape that I still don't understand. There's stripes on things, that's another thing, at least that one's repeating. Have I missed anything? Oh, top edge of socks at least is the same motif as the bottom edge of the jacket, question mark? Have I missed anything? Here's all the different things I've seen that have repeated within her design. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And I feel like we could condense. Oh, and then there's other things where, like, sometimes the fabric is handled like this, in a different fabric rendering style, as opposed to handling it like this with overlapping folds. And then we have the thing that is around her gun, which is totally different than everything else already. And these little, like, shoots on her gun that are mimicking ice. Let me count. How many different things is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different ways of handling things. 11 different styles of handling elements in this design. Is that bad? Question mark. It doesn't have to be bad. It doesn't have to be awful, but it is kind of confusing to look at the very least. And it's one of those things where we could have taken the visual style of something here and replicated it on something else and then nixed that handling of it, where we could say, oh, why do we need to handle these folds that are on her hip differently than we're handling where it's happening at the bottom of the dress? Why can't we just treat those the same way, where it's the fabric that is forming little triangles going like that, and then we nix one style, so now we're down to 10. Why don't we handle the flowers? Why don't we pick a flower? Why do we have a rose? Why don't we just use this flower on the gun? Or use that rose as more of the flowers, maybe. Could work. So then we've nixed another thing. Why don't we, you know, you're using argyle and stripes. That's not the worst. We can mix patterns. Sometimes that can be something that's very interesting. So I'm not inherently upset with both of them, but the fact that the only place the argyle appears in is kind of quietly inside the back of the cape jacket is strange. It's the same color as the flowers on the head. But honestly, that's probably the thing I like the least on the 3D model. It's getting kind of muddy in its coloring if you look at it. I don't quite like it very much in there. I like it better on the 2D art, and it's one of the only things I think that I like better on the 2D art. And then the chain. Why do we have to have a chain? I hope the chain is lore related. I hope that is all it is. And I hope that it's important to something, but there's just so many things that are going on here. Overall, the big details are great. We have done some good things as far as blocking out shapes. You want 3 different levels of detail in a character design. You want your big details, you want your medium details, and you want your small details. This has good big details. This has good big details in the detail level. Whoops, I gotta click back into the window. Where, you know, the dress is a nice big shape. This, I guess, jacket is a nice big shape. The hair is a nice big shape. The boots are a nice big shape. There's not a ton of medium-sized details. I would say that this whole shebang happening in the chest area is kind of a medium detail. But then once we start looking at all of the little details that are in here, it starts becoming like a, wow, what? Thing, because I feel like a lot of them could be removed without us losing anything. Without us losing visual interest, without us losing understanding of the character. So that's question mark. Chain is just there for fashion. Oh, oh, I'm sure it is. Oh, it'd be too easy. It'd be too easy for the chain to be there, to be relating to something, to be telling us something symbolically about her. No, that'd be too easy. Rip. Also, where is my, oh, there it is, okay. My closed captions were missing. Think your design works well if it's themed around northern lights with flowing shapes and ribbons, frills. Shorekeeper was much more northern lights related than I would say this character is. When I think of the northern lights, I think like meandering and like wavering lines of colors. Red and green, as this is, are not especially common Northern Lights colors. I say as if that's not the colors of Northern Lights I've seen, but going for really sharp angular shapes and these ribbons that are there's like a very quiet clown motif happening in her between like this little thing on the gun and like some of like the way that the bows are lacing up the front of her shoes. Yeah. Character does give aristocrat young princess of a rich family vibe. I will give her that, and that is an accurate read of her, I believe. Yeah, green and blues are more common Northern Lights colors, at least when we tend to make associations for them. But I will say, at the very least, I can give her that I can place her in the story with relative accuracy. If I click here, I believe I'm right. I believe we are right, because that was my guess for her, was I did think that she was...
I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
I feel weird talking over her. I believe I did guess that she was probably aristocratic in some way, and that she's maybe a little spoiled, if I had to guess. I love Carlotta, yeah. Hi, blank sign. I thought pink and green were like the only Northern Light colors. Really? Maybe it depends on where you live. I've seen pink and green in life before. I have not actually seen the green purple that I feel like is more common. But I feel like I'm not getting the reference to it immediately. Yeah, they can all happen. But yeah, she is the second daughter of the Montelli, an art investor unbound by convention. She is an art investor? Huh? I mean, I guess she's an aristocrat. I guess any aristocrat can be an art investor. Buy my art, girly. You want to invest in me. I promise. You should invest in my art. Thanks. And by my convention, moves seamlessly through social circles and business transactions while quietly handling the family's unspeakable troubles in secret. So she's like a socialite a little bit, but then also secretly their hitman. It appears, which honestly, or at least that's the way they're making it sound, which honestly, if that is the case, good for her. That's kind of cool, and I would get over the fact that I can't tell she's got the gun if it's supposed to be quietly handling those troubles with her secret gun that she summons. That'd be so funny. Also managing a large bank. Okay, I see. Ruffles, milestone collars used to be for nobles. I do know that that is true. It used to be for nobles. Unfortunately, in our modern sensibility, I think we're gonna look at it and see clown a lot of the time. Executioner of the family, you know, good for her. That's very girl boss of her, being the family executioner. What else is there here? The blooming of a gem, the taking of a life. In her own name, she reshapes reality, giving it a new dimension. Wow. Okay. Interesting, girly. There's still a lot going on with her. Nays and Pimuses. Hi. So I do have troubles with her motifs. Her silhouette is not as good as other characters because her hair isn't in an interesting shape, unfortunately. It's kind of splayed out sort of nicely in this art. And in game, like, it billows in the wind kind of nicely, but her ribbon isn't really giving her a ton of distinction, and her sleeves are so close to the body, they're not contributing a ton. I will say, this is where I do like the angular handling of the bottom of this coat, because it does make the jacket have a little bit more distinction in her silhouette, but it's not the strongest, mayhaps. It's okay. How can you make silhouette interesting when they have long hair? We can look at like 80% of the other characters in this story to see. It's just positive negative space where they could have exaggerated maybe her bangs in a more specific way. Oh, we didn't comment on it. She does have the hime cut a bit, but I think like 80% of the characters in this game have a hime cut also, unfortunately. But if the hair is not going to be exaggerated, you could make something else near it exaggerated to contribute to the silhouette to make up for it, where the sleeves kind of contribute in a way that's useful. But with the hair, we just need positive and negative space. In this, you can tell they're trying for silhouette in the key art here, because we have all these little gaps where we can see through the hair. It makes it more interesting. And then the bows on the head give me a little bit of silhouette. And you know, these little ribbons, they kind of give a little silhouette, but like not a ton, just a little. But yeah, what Riku's saying, bows on heels could be bigger for more silhouette. Or, you know, the bow on the head could be even bigger for more silhouette. Or these little tiny flower-like bows could be posed in a way where they're adding more to the silhouette. Also, gaps in the hair. I wonder if she has the classic character thing where... I think she might. It's hard to tell. It's hard to see. Yeah, she does have it. Did we see that? Did you see that for a split second there? She's got the classic hair split. They always split the hair in half down the middle in the back on long-haired characters. Do you see it? Do you see it? For rigging purposes. But it's so funny, and it's just because they want to use a symmetry modifier. Actually, the cute ponytail in her concept art, I honestly preferred ponytail more. See, I feel like ponytail could be very cute, and for an aristocrat, sometimes like those like half updos can be really nice for giving prestige. And she does have a half updo, but I feel like they could make it more exaggerated, because if I wasn't this close, whoa, hello. Hi! Welcome in! What the heck? Hello! Shroommates, rotate! We've been raided! Hello! Hi! Hello, Queen! Oh, thank you! Oh, thank you, very kind. Welcome in, Era to you. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We are talking about the character designs in Wuthering Waves right now. I have the game installed for 24 hours so that we can look at the in-game models, because to our great surprise and our great joy, the in-game models are better than the 2D art, which I feel like never happens in the 3D gotcha waifu type games. It's fantastic. But welcome in, fellas. Oh no, Riku, did you get bonked for rotating? I am so sorry. No. Oh no. The models are so good. They are, aren't they? She's so much better in game. Other than the funny Argyle pattern. I feel like the Argyle pattern lost its color undertone. If we zoom out on her, it's not as good. See this nice blue, nice saturated blue? Works better. This, not working as well for me. But otherwise, it does work quite well. Yeah. Nakayushi and William, thank you guys for following. Have you seen the dude character yet? Which one? Which dude character? We've looked at a couple. If you're talking about, oh, Brant? You mean the one that I'm still mad I can't talk about because he's not in the game and doesn't have an official 3D model render? Yeah, the one with the mask. I want to talk about Brant. He's the coolest one, I think. He's not officially in the game yet. I'm suffering. I wanted to look at him last week, and then they told me, the Shrewmates told me that he was releasing that tonight. But all we got was his splash art. So no, we're not looking at Brant, unfortunately. We're looking at Roccia and Carlotta and Camellya, and a couple others. He appears in cutscenes. I have heard that, but I'd have to like freeze frame on a cutscene for it to work. But yeah, welcome in. What were y'all up to? I hope you had a good stream. Did we get a shout out situation happening? I think the mods might be a little busy right now, which is okay. I can grab it. I'm stealing your identity very quickly. It won't hurt a bit, I promise. We're chatting mainly. Hell yeah. We are no, what is the word I'm looking for? We are no strangers to yapping. Me especially, I am a yapper. Certified yapper. I get off topic and I don't be quiet. Thank you. Yeah, of course. We be on topic as best we can, but what is this we're doing if not talking, but with an educational purpose, I guess. But welcome in. I hope you had a fun time yapping. If you guys need to do things post-stream care, as it goes, if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snort me-me-me-meing, take care of yourselves, please. Prioritize that. If you want to hang out, I do appreciate it, but do take care of yourselves first. Yay! I know they like your content, so I'm leaving them here. 4 a.m. so I gotta sleep. Oh my gosh, get your sleep in! Thank you. Fear not, I will take good care of your fellas. To all of you who arrived, joke's on you. You're all Shrewmates by force. I've turned you into funny little mushrooms. Haha, get gotten. But welcome. Have a good one. Always like your art. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Thank you for dropping your fellas off. I got dropped here. Welcome into Fine Flame. Kyvie Cordyceps, you can be whatever you wish. Yes, if you dream of it. If you would like, you can be whatever you want. If I go Shrewmate, I believe is my, yeah, you can design a Shrewmate if you would like. There are little mushrooms you can design. I have made a pie crew you can use, or pick crew. Whichever the way that word should be said is. If you so wish. And that's what, if you look at the little guys that are my chat overlay hanging out here, you guys are all random. But if you pick one, I get to make you be you. It's cool, right? But yeah, hang on. Let me focus back up. Let me jingle keys for myself. Jingle keys for EG. So, we're looking at Carlotta right now. Carlotta. And where were we talking about her? I don't remember actually. I was talking about level of detail. Oh, I'm freed from the clown nonsense. We were talking about some clown adjacent aspects. Where were we? Lots of motifs. Let me look at the rubric so I can see where we were for this. Make this bigger. Multiply. Oh, we were talking about silhouette, I think. And I did realize, to my great terror, that all of the things I've drawn on here, I did draw right on top of her, which is not helpful. Silhouette is kind of meh compared to the other fellas, unfortunately. So like Silhouette, she is identifiable, but it's not as exaggerated as it could be. Her shoe bows could be bigger and more exaggerated. Her head bow could be bigger and more exaggerated. The way her sleeves are falling could be posed better, especially in the in-game pose, to give her a stronger silhouette. It's not bad, but it's not great. For color palette, she is more interesting than a lot of the other fellas in this game. I appreciate the little pops of blue. However, I feel like once again, she's another character that is very overall white color palette. And she fits kind of the thing that this game tends to have, but I wouldn't dock her too much. She's way more interesting than when we were looking at like Lingyang and Rover and the 7 other characters last week that we looked at, who all were pretty much just black and white with the tiniest bit of another color maybe. Or Lingyang, who had one color predominantly, then was just black otherwise in terms of color palette. More variety, please. And she's given us a little bit of it, and I'll give her points for that. It's not bad. It's not the most interesting, so maybe I can't give her all the points. but it's in the right direction, definitely, since the other fellas. God, I wish we could look at Brant. God, I wish we could look at Brant. I wish we could look at Brant, please. Please. For complexity versus clarity, visually, she's not overcomplicated, and I could make her into a marketable plush without losing things that are important to her and our understanding of her as a character. So I would give her full points for that, despite the fact that I am going to take points off in concept motifs for the fact that she has like 11 motifs. She has like way too many. We could have simplified some of the design choices being made. And then there's just a couple things that I don't understand visually in terms of her clothes, like the weird half-pinned tie thing happening on her chest. Unclear. I will say, having her model open while I'm doing this is actually really nice, so I don't have to tab back and forth. It's great. And then focal points. It's not her face at all, actually. That's the one we gotta get to here. Where would you say a focal point is for her? Because I would say it's right there. Potentially. Oh, Neblis, thank you for following. Oh wait, did I say thank you for following to William and Nakayushi, who came with the raid? I don't remember if I did. But thank you if I didn't. If I did, you just get double thank you. You can see the plush in my brain. Yeah, we can rotate a 3D plushie of Carlotta in our brain and say it works. But, the motifs, too many. Went to boots, that's also fair. You know, actually, I could see definitely a claim being made for going here. But if we look at the character in-game, she is covering that aspect. However, the boots really, really draw my focus in-game. If I look at her, you guys, I don't know if my eye tracking is good enough. I should get one of those, like, eyeball tracker things so you can see where I'm looking at things and watch me look over at my monitor and just look right into her shoes, unfortunately. So the chest thingy is kind of distracting. It doesn't seem like it's as distracting in the in-game model. However, in fairness, the shoes are still completely distracting me from her face, unfortunately. Her eye color could be used to help. She is another character that, once again, has a really, like, light and mostly colorless eye color. And I would love to know what that's about in this game, because Rover had really, really light-colored eyes. I can't remember what her name was. Girl we looked at last week had really light-colored eyes. Where is she? Oh wait, I don't even, not all the characters in the game. Yeah, she has really light-colored eyes too.
Specific for you?
We looked at her last week.
Honored.
But I feel like so many of the characters have really light-colored, does he also?
I see my way clear.
Yeah, he also has really light-colored eyes. What is up with all the super, this guy also has light-colored eyes? Why is that the case? It seems like almost half the characters.
Nice pick.
He at least has
You
slightly
won't
darker
regret
eyes.
choosing Altair's
Why is that the
service.
case? That's so weird.
I alone will decide whether
If they were
it's for
darker,
show
it would
or
work.
for battle.
Yeah, her color is definitely too bottom heavy. This isn't Genshin, no offense. That's true, no. That's on purpose. I know you don't mean any offense. But I just feel like the eyes could be useful in bringing some of the focus back up to the face. I appreciate that there's multiple colors in them. And they really love light-colored eyes. They really like white hair, too. We talked about this last time. They really like white hair. I think a third of the cast has white hair. It's not the worst, but we could use it to make the focal point be the face, because it is out-competed. Honestly, this is one of those things where I almost feel like I could grade her more harshly on that, unfortunately, too. She's kind of all over the place for me. In this world, Scandinavia took over the genetic blueprint. Blondes and light eyes everywhere. Oh, man. White hair and light eyes just seems to be a Kuro thing. It definitely is, but it's one of those things where when you give it to too many characters, it makes the characters seem too similar to each other. They don't stand out against each other enough, unfortunately for me, in a lot of ways. But it is an epic boots and socks combo, and yes, that is a gun she is holding. Pinkusaki and Roy Tyson, thank you guys for following. So grade. Here's the problem. I do like her. Visually, I do like her. I actually like her a lot better than the others, but there's things going on that are making me grade her more harshly. She is probably the worst focal point situation we've seen in the characters from this game yet, unfortunately. Her motifs are not helping. Her concept is fine otherwise. Her silhouette is not as strong as the others. Honestly, I feel like maybe I'm being too harsh on the silhouette. At the same time, am I? No, I don't think I am. I think I'll leave it be. What is this? 2, 3... Hang on. 6. Did a light just turn out? That was weird. 6, 7 and a half? That feels too low compared to how high I graded some of the others last week. I think I wasn't scrutinizing enough last week, maybe. 7.5 seems fair for her, but I feel like we were not scrutinizing enough last week. I feel like they're not on the right scale because I think I gave female Rover a 7.5 maybe. Or did I? Or she's 6.5 out of 10. It might have been. I don't know. Man, I wish they allowed us to look at her back costume so it looked better than her current outfit. Her black costume. Oh, does she have a different outfit maybe? I feel like that would be interesting to see, but if it's not her default, they should be designing with the intention of the outfit that is the main outfit being the one that is most prevalent and is strong character design in of itself the way it is. Yeah, she's an alternate. Can I, if I go here, let me look at her maybe?
Decide whether it's for show or for battle.
Nope, hang on. If I click around in the menus, it might show me. Nope. No. Okay. There is an option where I can click for Rover to see his alternate outfit. Yeah, you can't find it in game. Oh, darn it. Darn it. Black outfit's a story thing. Okay, I see. That's my grade on her. Those are my thoughts on her. Next, we're going to look at, Roccia. Roccia. Who is not standing up, which does make this a little bit difficult. And she's still not standing up in her splash art, and I don't even think I found a full body of her. Let me try. I don't think I found a full body render of her, unfortunately, in her, like, in this pose. She, like, doesn't have ankles for some reason. Which makes me sad, because I actually really like her design. I can't tell what's going on really on any of the lower half of her, though. Oh man, why does this happen again? Consider the box a part of the outfit. I kind of do consider the box as a part of her because it's an accessory very similar to how the accessory of gun was functioning here for Carlotta. For her, look at the silhouette. Look at the silhouette. The silhouette is silhouetting. Look at it. Hang on, if I click the button, come on. Look at her hair. Do you see the way that her pigtails are posed? Can you hold still for a second? Thanks. Do you see the way that her pigtails are posed? They fully defy gravity, but in a way that makes her design interesting. They're a nice little spiral. They've got these little gold accents on the inside that almost feel like false eyes to me, which is interesting. But because of the way they're posed, we can see them here too. They are giving us so much stronger of a silhouette. We can do things with the way hair's posed. We could have posed her hair differently to make it as interesting, but her hair is so fun. Her hair is so fun. Yeah, the way to do it, volume. Gravity doesn't have to exist. You're an anime character. You can do whatever you want. And then for me, at least with her head is so focal for me because everything is so dark around her. And yeah, she's a little bit pale. She's got the classic what do you call it? Heterochromidia? Heterochromidia, yeah, maybe? Question mark? She's got heterophobia, as we've said before, with the two different colored eyes. Heterochroma, yeah, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to, heterochromia? I'm like combining it with other things. Heterochromia, yeah. Yeah, so her eyes being different colors is focal. Her eyes by being brighter is also focal. Her hair being a brighter blue and having the pink, which is a color that doesn't appear a ton in the rest of her design, makes it focal. And then the silhouette of her entire head is just fantastic. She's got her little mask with the fan or just folded fabric on it that is adding to silhouette. Her pigtails are fantastic for silhouette. She has good repetition in her design where, you know, diamonds become a very important motif as we look throughout. If we look, she has these diamonds that go across her chest in the shape of the, just stuff that's on the fabric, the adornment for it. We have little diamond patterning that is still, once again, kind of clown-like, but I think is still going for aristocracy, maybe. I get a very theater vibe from her because of her mask, and I'm assuming she is going to be related to theater. She's got stripes, she's got pinstriping a little bit. But we look, they're using these little puff shapes that are kind of giving clown and theater in a little bit. Clown, you say? Go for it, Salma. You have my permission. Clown, you say. they look like pearls also, which is giving her some prestige. Also, yeah, Pierrot, masquerade! Painted faces on display, masquerade! Hi, Almantis. Hello, I'm glad you like the color. I appreciate you spinning me and throwing ladders at me. Thank you for orb, yes. In my hour of need, leave it to Almantis to appear with the nutrients of ladder. Thank you. So basically a clown. Not basically a clown. I think we're going a little bit, maybe court gestury also maybe. But she's an improv comedian is what they're saying. She's part of a fool's troupe or like a comedy troupe. Which very, very clearly, obviously, I see in the character design. There is no doubts about it. That is what she is. And then we got this interesting thing. She's got a lock on her neck. And she's got a key in her hair. What's that about? Another character who may be hiding something, maybe. Yes, jesters are a type of clown, yes. 2.0 is carnival thematically, yes. Sorry, my rotation is so distracting. But it is going to happen for the next probably couple seconds. How many drop deads jokes does she make? I don't know. The other thing for me with her is that even, I hadn't even seen this guy when I was first looking at her art, this looming fellow behind her. I do get a little bit of a ghost feeling from her, from the way that her hair is floating. Purple is a color that we tend to associate with ghosts. The box is rather interesting. Let me go back so we can see the box better. I gotta click into the window. She's got this giant box with chains on it that adds a lot of gold to her design. And honestly, for as distracting as it may be in some ways, the face is still such a strong focal point to me. It works. Yeah. The lock as she hangs out in the box, probably. Oh, it seems like a jack-in-a-box also, maybe. Oh, Pierrots aren't like this? Are they not? I am not as familiar with them, but she is giving some clown and masquerade. She says Mamma Mia while slamming down on enemies. Does she really? She just like me for real. Mamma Mia. Key and lock related to the box, which, yeah, I meant to say at times. Oh, I see. Yeah. Click through her weapon UI, you can see the ghost in game. Interesting. The ghost is cute, and it is giving her, like, secondary silhouette as well. The ghost also has good silhouette. Where are we clicking for the ghost? For the weapon? Nope. Outline? No. I don't know if I can click anything. Weapon. Resonance chain. Those are her skills. Is this? Nope. Golden wings fly. These are more things that seem like skills. I may not have that as an option because I don't have her. I only have 3 categories, which is details, forte, and resonance chain. Perhaps. Can't because you don't have her. RIP. Happens to the best of us. Strange fact about historical jesters, they're the only ones who were allowed to mock the king. That's true. We make fun of jesters, but jesters were actually quite important and had some status. We see them as like lowly fools almost, but no. They had status. They were allowed to openly mock the king and lived decently in their life as a result. If you weren't funny, it didn't work out, but like if you were funny, they liked it, yeah. Combat animation shows different parts of the design. Don't know if I can access that. Heroes are the sad clowns dressed in white with some black. In theater, they're the guy who has a lot of bad luck and gets made fun of. Their crush doesn't like them, yada yada. Oh, RIP, not good. Oh, welcome back, Amber. Thank you for resubscribing, Amber. Hello. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate, Amber. 7 months! Ah! Wow, that's a lot of months. Not to confuse with, Fanto, mimes. Oh, okay, mimes also. Good to know. I've learned a thing here today about clowns. I will let you know I am not the most educated when it comes to clowns, but I do definitely get clown from her. Also, as we were talking about silhouette for her design, even her clothing has fun silhouette too, where by taking the hair away from obscuring silhouette, she's got these big poof sleeves and then they come down into a bell shape. She has the little like, hang on, I gotta click out. She has the little puff balls that are repeating. Oh, hiccups. Repeating throughout the design. Down here, her visual language is very much organized into soft, round, friend-shaped. A little bit soft, round, yay, round, friend. And then also diamonds. What is she up to? Can we fully trust her? Triangles and angles tend to lean us into maybe there's a little more of an edge to her than we know of, which I'm going to make a guess maybe relates to the fact that she has a floating, ghost behind her. We have no fear, only slight wariness. Just slightly, just slightly. And I'm wondering if there's some reason why she has these almost eyeball-like things that are, at least I'm reading eyeball-like in her hair, or if they're just floating, they maybe are just moon shapes in her hair. Not sure, not sure. Just as wear patterns, I think that's why. She is wearing patterns, but I'm wondering about the hair things, which maybe is them trying to relate it to a pattern. Could be. But, overwhelmingly, it's working much better. I told you the children would be your favorites. Is she a child? This genre of game, impossible to tell the age of any characters, because you could tell me she's the same age as Carlotta and I'd believe you. Because they seem more or less the same, other than the fact that she might be a little shorter. But I don't know. Does she not look like one? Not to me, at least. Carnival mask. Yeah, sitting on Jack in the Box. She is sitting on a box that does contain a ghost. And maybe that is the intended reference there. Yeah, gotta love anime faces. There's no understanding of age here. At least visually for me. She could be as old and young as other people. She looks like a middle schooler. Really? Maybe it's just because I would never imagine a middle schooler dressing like this intentionally and on their own, and she has a lot of hair for that. I don't know. Unclear, but if she is, I can see where it could be. She looks young, but in the anime way, where they all look young. Hard to tell. I also have the problem of being older and I don't know what people look like at different ages. Also, the weird patterns were designed to mimic multiple sorts of clothing, from royal to noble to even peasant, making it all in one costume. Ah, interesting. I see. Okay. Literally, my only potential point of reference here is leg length. And we can't even tell that much. I was also assuming she's not a kid, because she is wearing an absurdly short skirt, and she has a thigh strap on. Oh, that's not that. E.g., think about words before you say this. She has a strap on her thigh. I've said the words in an order that's not good. Strap on her thigh, which is something that is mildly sus, and I would hope is not something you do on a child character, which is why I tend to assume she isn't. But I don't know. Ambiguous zone, yes. Item holder, that's fine, but could you not put the item holder somewhere else? Like, put it on, like, a belt around the waist? Maybe? Please? It's just a little strange. A lot of NPCs in the new area have the same thigh strap. You can't even say just the new ones, because if I remember correctly, let me just click through people we looked at before. I believe like half of them had thigh straps. She doesn't.
I'm here to serve your will.
Does she have thigh strap? No. Maybe it was just female rover, who I can't even look at right now, who had thigh strap.
Father destination.
Why hesitate?
Oh, you have
know
it.
What you want.
A lot of them seem to have it. Whoops, sorry. Genshin did. First of all, phrasing. Second of all, also bad. Yes, true. And I know what you mean, Hoshi. It's okay. We all have to work on phrasing. Oh, NPCs? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Made her shorts black so it doesn't stick out would help a lot. Yeah, I don't know. There's something a little unsavory happening there. You chose the male MC? Yeah, because once again, I prefer his design over the female MC. And I'm also not a girl. Yes. Welcome to anime. Yeah. What is the gacha game obsession with the belts? I would ask you what the VTuber obsession is with the belts, because those thigh belts are so prevalent just in anime themed designs in general, and I think it is the techwear influence also getting us. Why is the resonance mark also on the thigh? You're right, it is also on the thigh, which definitely is one of those things where they're like, you should look there. You should look there. That's the resonance mark. That's important to the character in the story. You should look there. Gives asymmetry. That's fine. We could give asymmetry in other ways, and honestly, I am not that concerned about her having asymmetry or not, because just this giant head thing, her crest, as you may call it, which is kind of peacock-like, is giving me enough asymmetry that I almost don't care about asymmetry in the rest of her design as a result. It works okay otherwise. All animations also zoom in on the tacit marks. No! We can't keep doing this! You can't keep doing this to me, gacha games! No! I think the fluff around her waist isn't the edge of a dress, just a ring. Is she wearing shorts? I can't quite tell what's going on with her. if I am trying to look at that area of the body. No times 2, more no's. Oh boy. Anime. Yeah, always the belts. Yes, everyone does love Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy wasn't the first and will not be the last to do that. Okay, so moving out of my critiques about the way we're depicting children once again, because I guess that is always my critique. When she's running, we see her shorts, so yes. Oh, well, thank God, she's wearing shorts. Okay, that bodes well for me at least, hopefully. I am happy to hear that, if those are shorts, which does work. Get a shot of her standing up. That would be nice. See here, I thought the game was gonna help me out with this, but no, yeah, put the tacit mark on her hand or something. Like, we don't have to be weird. We really don't have to be weird about it. Like, or you can put it, like, on her, like, shin or, like, on her knee. Like, we don't have to be weird about it. Put it lower down her leg. I'm diverging here. So, if we're looking at a rubric for her, silhouette, full points. That's not the silhouette category, hang on. Silhouette, full points. Full total points. I'm getting us back on board here. Full points for that. Whoops. And then, as far as it goes for focal point, once again, the face is fully the focal point for me for her. Fantastic. Yippee. Good work. For color palette. Her color palette is more interesting than most of the other characters in the game. She's a little overwhelming in her blue quantity for me, but she is definitely more interesting than the others, and I like the little pops of gold in her design, whether it be in her eyes or the little moon-shaped things in her hair. I enjoy her design. There's more variety in color, and it still does have the black and white color and accent color, a metal type thing, but it works better for me here, so I give her full points for that. For complexity versus clarity, I really don't have much in the way of concern. Honestly, her motifs are well handled. Hang on, for constant motifs, I can tell exactly what we're going for with her character design also. I can see all the things. I'm picking up what they're putting down pretty much entirely here. In complexity versus clarity, she is well designed. Her details that I see helped inform my understanding of her concept and are what led me to decide what her concept was. There's repetition that is working well for her motif and shape language. Is this gonna be a 10 out of 10 for me? Because my only critiques I have here are potentially question mark handling of children. But otherwise, honestly, I don't have critique for her. Good work, girly. Maybe you should have been on the thumbnail. I couldn't find a good screen grab of her and like an animatic to put, or like an animation to put on the thumbnail, but good work, girly. I'm proud of you. Yeah, mamma mia, 10 out of 10. Good work. I really don't have anything I'd suggest changing here. And even in game, once again, I like her in-game model just as much, if not better, than her render here.
Mamma mia!
Thank you, Selma. Mamma mia! I like her in-game just as much, if not more, than her key art here. But her key art is honestly fine. No problem. I will give you that 10 out of 10. See, I was so scared, and maybe you all were too. We were so concerned we were going to have a little bit of psychic damage from this game. But if looking at more recent characters is anything...
I alone will decide whether it's for show or for battle.
Sorry, I forgot you talk when I click you. Most of the newer characters definitely are the stronger ones, which gives me a lot of hope. It makes me happy. Oh, I also agree, Tacit Mark isn't zoomed in during her liberation. Only really noticed she does that drama pose and that's it. Oh, good! Okay, so if they specifically for her don't zoom in on it, that would be good at least. They still could have moved it, but like, that's fine. That's not as big of a concern then. She's Brant's sister, so of course. Hell yeah. Oh, and they have the same hair color because they're siblings. He has the same hair color. Hell yeah. Okay. First 10 out of 10 I've seen that isn't for a VTuber design. It might be. Hang on. Yeah, 10 out of 10 on my EG stream? More likely than you think, apparently, today. Did I give any 10 out of 10s on other ones? I feel like I gave a 10 out of 10 to Boot Hill, potentially. Fig Cookie was 10 out of 10? Yeah, I think, oh, was Boot Hill was 9.5, okay. Fig Cookie was 10 out of 10. I feel like I've definitely had a couple 10 out of 10s, though. This can't be the only one. This can't be the only one, right? Question mark? Experience my new every day. Well, if you've never seen a 10 out of 10, here's your uncommon EG experience. We're gonna look
Would
at
you like a fun game between the two of us?
we're gonna look at another character whose name I'm gonna pronounce strangely. Camellya? Camellya? Question mark, maybe? Please no. Why no? What do you mean? Do you think socks that match her hair would be cool? Like hair that's blue pink and socks would be reversed? That could be cute. That could be worthwhile. It could be nice. Could work, yes. What the hell is up with Spider Lily Girl here? Good question. I can't tell you. Apple out of 10 if I remember. No, there's apple out of 10. That's true. Yes, like the flower. Okay, okay. Camilla. Camilla. Or Camellya. That is a type of lily, and she is the #1 result when I Google. I did need to find her full body because I didn't have it for some reason. I have all the others saved. Why don't I have hers? So, for her. Hang on. Open this. Thanks. Copy. Thanks. There we go. My cold read of this character, once again, can we look at the difference here between the in-game and the render? Because this is one of those ones where, like, I do have to stick you in a dark background so we can see you, first off. You are so overall light-colored, but there's so much clarity trouble for me between hair and skin tone and then the white on the clothing and then all these details on the leg. I couldn't even tell looking at this. And actually, now that I'm looking in the game, that's the only reason I can tell that she does have one full leg sock on. I actually could not tell otherwise. Render making me blind. I'm so sorry. Best background in her banner art? Well, that's good. That's good for her. It's supposed to be subtle. I can see that. I can see it's supposed to be being subtle, but I think the subtlety and the way that it's working in the in-game works way better. Where the texture, I'm reading this as a subtle stocking type thing where we can see the skin through. Here, I just can't tell she's wearing it. So I'm not sure what it's adding, unfortunately. Yeah. Also her dress. Her dress that isn't really a dress. It is fully open in the center. It's more like, what do you call them? Caplets on the hip, kind of? And then her dress is like burning, it's charred. So hang on, we're getting off topic here, which is that I need to give you my cold read first, which is I am getting like creepy lilies from her, spider lilies. There's also something that is almost like a butterfly on her chest as I was trying to figure out what's going on with her. The bottom edge of her clothing is like singed, which I do like. That is an interesting thing they've added. She is not a fire element, which is odd because I would have thought so, but it appears not to be the case. Summer costume pose? Kind of. I could see that. Say it's a gymnast outfit, sort of. I could see that also. So she does give me creepy. Wait, she's not fire. No, she's not. She is whatever the pink icon is with the swirly. If I click in here, I think it tells me, actually. Chest thing's a mutation from her powers. Okay, so we've seen other characters that have mutations from their powers. I'm amused that there's 2 characters that have a butterfly focus. Yeah, poisoned flower vibes. Yeah, I am getting poisoned flower. Havoc, basically darkness. I will give them this. I will give them this. For a character that is all in the color white, pretty much, they have fully encapsulated, like, creepy, almost like, she's got like a stalkery vibe to me, maybe a little bit. So darkness being her element, I will give them credit for the fact that if it is a darkness type element and they've managed to represent somebody who gives that vibe while being fully covered, like colored in white, I would say they've done a good job. She is a stalker. Is she actually? Is she really? Dark but in light mode. She's the flower symbolized with death, yes. Which does also help, yes. Basically stalks the main character. Okay. You know, concept-wise, I gotta give him credit for that. I gotta give him points for that, because concept-wise, I'm picking up her personality, and I'm picking up some of her role in the story then as a result. And then her element isn't that shielded. I can see it. I gotta fix, why am I so, I'm like so turned to the side right now? What is going on? Hello? I'm back here. The flower on her chest is supposed to explode out when using Alt and her hair turns red, so maybe they're being corrupted. Ah, her hair changes color, super obsessed, okay. My other question about her hair is that the shape of her hair was making me wonder if there is a DNA element to her. I was trying to think of what reference points I could possibly have for things that sort of intertwine like that and weave in and out. But I'm not sure that's what they're going for. Attacks their hair, it's very vine-like. I can see that too with the way that they have the flowers pinned on, and then there's like, almost like, I don't even know what this is up here, like a leaf maybe? On the hair? Unclear, points for Stalker, apparently, yeah, I am giving points for Stalker. It does seem like vines maybe. But once again, fantastic silhouette from the hair. The clothing doesn't have that exciting of a silhouette. The clothing silhouette is okay. It's not as good as, or hang on, I gotta move my rubric. It's not as good as the Skirlies. However, the hair is really, really specific. The hair is so specific. I'm even getting like cascading like lily flowers from the way that the hair is splaying out at the ends. They're using that motif, they're using that design element of the flower, of the lily, and they're repeating it throughout in clever ways with the bottom edges of her hair and other aspects. It's good. It's moving in the right direction. Tendrils also changed in her second form. Yeah, it does look like a red spider lily. Yes, which does have implications. And then the burned aspects are also adding something to the silhouette, which gives her a little bit more of an edge. This almost reads as fur to me in her chest area as opposed to being burned, but I don't mind it a ton because it's using similar shape language. This sort of intertwining shape, which could be infinity, references also, which is something that is oddly related to stalkers almost because of the way that they're tend to be obsessive, is repeating in the bottom edge of her skirt. Two-dimensional tendrils is for rigging, yeah. I will say, other than the socks, this character design is pretty much entirely symmetrical also. Yeah, the Together Forever type situation of yandere or your stalker type characters, which maybe is what they're referencing with the intertwining also. That may also have implications. Yeah, and fate. Actually, it does. Her companion quest concept of her and the MC always finding each other in every possible fate. Oh, interesting. Red String of Fate also. That one doesn't seem as maybe obvious to me, but I could see a call for that maybe. I could see that being related to the shaping of it. Black Flower for Rover. Oh, interesting. Let me look at what her story says, because those are my cold reads. You guys are telling me things about her now, but let me see.
Would you like a fun game between the two of us?
No, actually, I think I'm good. I'll pass, but I appreciate the offer. Very kind of you. A bloom bearer of the Black Shores. She is free-spirited and dangerously charming. Okay. She roams Solaris in search of talent, immersing herself in the present and relishing in its pleasures, all the while remaining true to herself, unburdened by thoughts of the past or future. Okay. Rover is symbolized as the black part. Interesting. Yeah, she's definitely like a type character. I'm mimicking her. That's not me making that expression at her. Frankie Blue, thank you for following. Interesting is what I will say. And here's the thing for me. Once again, a lot more of her design is working for me in 3D than it does in 2D, where like the dark parts of her hair are too bold for me almost in this render, which is a strange thing to say. Usually I'm like, more exaggeration, but at this case, I wish they were knocked back a little bit more, but here they're blended in a little better for me. They're not as overwhelming. Focal point. Fellas, what's the focal point here? I wish I could have a thing. I need to get one of those overlays where you guys can click on the screen, and then I can see where you guys are clicking, and then I can see where you guys are pointing for it. Where do you guys think the focal point is? We gotta do a source polling to see if it's me or not, yes. I think only the 3D has the yellow. You're right, the gold is so much warmer on the 3D. It is gold, but it's not as warm, and I think the colors are more interesting for it here. The chest, tummy, chest, okay. I'm gonna zoom out because we're not zoomed in all the way. And then what is the focal point when I zoom out? We gotta look at the whole body here. Chest thing, your frills, face and chest is focal point in her combat animation. Skirt, chest flower. From zoomed out, dress fire. The reason I'm asking is because we don't all have to be on the same page about it. But for me, and I've seen people saying it now that I've zoomed out, for me, the focal area of the whole design is here. If I zoom out here, we'll also see it. Where because red is such a high chroma color, it's technically actually the highest chroma color. It is the color that if we're duking it out, if all the colors were in a fight, if I pit all the colors head to head against each other to determine which one is the strongest in terms of drawing our focus, it's red. It is almost always red. It's the reason why all the YouTube thumbnails use red. And putting it all down here in this area of the design really makes that area focal for us to the point where the face is almost completely secondary, unfortunately. I will give it that they are at least making attempts to draw us into the face, where, you know, these tendrils going up her head do bring us up to the face from the skirt. And her hair having some contrast brings us in, but it's definitely tough. The chest is secondary, which isn't too far away. But I don't know. Again, her hair transforms to bright red. I see you guys saying that all of it transforms, but if this is her default state, this is the way her character is designed to be seen most of the time, I'm imagining. So, it's not quite focal pointing for me. Yeah, if the gradient was the other way around, I might be inclined to say it would work better. But at the same time, I have a feeling if we reverse the gradient, it might make other things kind of funky. Because like having the tips of the hair be gold, we wouldn't be able to replicate that as well and make it make sense quite the same way. I don't know. Argument for green, naturally look for green as a species, but red stands out in terms of not normal and danger. Yes, green tends to fall to background for us as a result of the way we've evolved for pattern recognition. And yes, red is danger, do not eat, and poison. She swaps a lot as a key part of the character? Okay. Okay. I can give her credit for that if it's at least helping, but I should see what she looks like in that form. Let me see what she looks like when she has her full red. Oh wait, hang on, here's... Oh, it's a really small image. Hang on, so... This is really small, but I think... I don't actually, wait, this doesn't seem real, actually. This seems like it's a real render of her, but I don't think the other ones on the sides are. Like, I don't know what that is. Hang on, this might not be right. Go away. This might be wrong. Green is a camouflage color. Where is your design but red? Hello? Please get another one. Yeah, that didn't seem right. What is this? Is this official art? I can't find... That's an edit. No. Okay. Oh, come on. Give me the design but red. Why can't... Why is there not a way for me to look at it just in the game as it is? Oh, God. Red. Changing my search query to try and see. Okay. Here's at least a comparison. I can't seem to find a full body of it, but this at least gets us in the right track, which is to say, like this, her face is way more focal. Her face is much more focal like this, which does give a little benefit. It is making me think more highly of her, at least slightly. But I still have to take points off. Both of them should consider the focal point functioning, and the fact that it doesn't in both is a detriment a little bit. But I do think the red hair version is stronger, and to me at least is a little more interesting. It doesn't need to be quite as strong for it to be as interesting. It's fine. It's fine. What else do we have in the design? Let me pull my rubric back up. Whip! Sorry, girlie, you're not getting full 10 out of 10 this time, I don't think. Silhouette. Fantastic. Once again, great. Stellar, no questions. Good. The hair is doing all the work. But as a result, we literally cannot mistake her as anyone else. Focal points. I'm not gonna give her a 0. I'll give her halfway, because the focal points are important to understanding of her as a character, it seems. And then in that other form, it does become her face, which is better, but it's just totally not her face at all in her regular form, which to me at least is still an oversight. We could have designed for it to be focal in both. That's not too bad. concept and motifs, it appears I have garnered most of the things about her by looking at her. I got her personality traits, I got her concept in terms of her relation to Rover in the story. The flower motif I see and is well integrated in the design in interesting ways. So I think I can give her full points for that. For complexity versus clarity, honestly, I'm not too concerned either. The clarity thing, some things are meant to be kind of subdued and pushed back. I don't think the flowers on her leg are supposed to be super, super obvious. So maybe, maybe I put it like there. It's not bad. It's not perfect either, maybe. But she can be a markable plush, and I feel like her hair would make her distinct enough that it wouldn't be a concern. For color palette is where I start to get a little bit lost. It's not bad, but we're once again doing black, white, a color, a metal, in the way where they usually do it, where it's either going to be overwhelmingly black or overwhelmingly white in the color palette. But it's not as bad as my other characters, so I will put her here, mayhaps. I don't know. Looks like Himiko's younger sister in red hair. Honestly, kind of, from the facial expression too. That is kind of what Himiko looks like with the way, like, the face is posed. I see what you mean. I'm picking it up. TBH, it's fair to not consider the red form meant to be her crazy mode. Yeah, that's like judging Goku by his Super Saiyan mode, yes. You're so right. Yeah. Singed edges signify her story, which she's kind of destroying herself. Oh god. I do enjoy that it's symbolic too, which is, she did get full points for concept, which I think is deserved. Hi, Selma. Yes, Himiko has been mentioned. Yeah, got another white, black, red color palette to add to the collection. I have a lot of them, apparently. Oh, Lance is also here for Himiko mention. You guys really like the Honkai Star Rail, huh? She finds an aerial sinks, which is really cool and showcases the vines and hair. See, that's fun. That's a very clever, like, design for a weapon and for a fighting style, too. I appreciate that this game is seemingly leaning into more interesting things like that for the fighting style and animation. They're coming up with interesting ideas to lend to the animation. So what is this here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? Not bad. I think that's fair for her. I would call this somewhere around 8 out of 10. Mostly because the concept is working very well for me, is why she's getting more points than some of the others have. Woo! Well, my love Himiko stems from Impact 3rd, but I love her in all her versions. Okay, that's fair. That is understandable. I like red flags, she's got those. I think she is entirely all red flags, just all. Not gonna lie, I expected worse. Really? I do definitely think that it is almost unfair to the characters I graded last week that I didn't have their in-game models open at the same time. I feel like I may have been a little kinder to some of them, given that, like, hang on, if I, like, go to, like, hang on, scroll down.
I'll do my best.
We did look at her in-game, and I don't actually feel any stronger about her being better. Actually, the contrast with her face is still not great. Who else is there that we looked at last week? Here's me.
I will be there for everyone.
That's
As we
Squiiji.
head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Oh, oh, Sadix Spades, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. We've almost hit the subscriber goal today, but I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Thank you. We almost hit the sub goal today. We are 1 away. Does anyone want to be the lucky fellow who reaches the goal for the day? I can't offer you any specific prize for that other than just more rotation, probably. But yay, rotation! All red flag is a good thing for me. Color find, yeah. But like, Rover looks a little better in game for me. Hopefully that would mean female Rover would look a little bit better in game for me. Not named Rovigi, no, because people took there's people who actually took the name Squiiji in Honkai Star Rail, and I fear impersonation, unfortunately. Keiichi's good for the joke, but I fear impersonation, and I would like that to not be the case. So I don't want to give more opportunities for that. I am just going to claim my name, because inevitably, potentially, since I am talking about these games and having them on stream, it may make people more interested in taking it. And switch every 24 hours? Yeah, people might take my name. Oh! Wait, hang on! There's several of you! Selma, thank you for gifting us up to Defying Flame. Can we rotate for Selma, please? And Veno Lather, thank you for subscribing also. I hope you enjoy your rotation. Welcome to the Shroom State. Yippee! We hit the sub goal today! Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Wait, main character can change gender once every 24 hours. Honestly, me too. Just like me for real. That is interesting. I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to get stuck with that. Oh, ever fluctuating. Thank you for resubscribing too. I appreciate it. Almost at 75. Wow, Selma, that is a lot. I mean, you can see the tier leader tier thing has updated. It does have more. I think it's all time. Thank you, ever fluctuating. Hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. Welcome to rotation. You can avoid impersonation by changing your identity every 4 to 5 business days. Yeah, that does make it harder for you all to pin down who I am and where I am. And yes, Rover is apparently the gender fluid representation we need. Again, I do feel like if she was supposed to be this charmingly, subtly evil person, they could have downplayed her creepiness a bit. No, I do see that. She does not strike me as especially charming. I say, we gotta go back up to where she is. Wow, it really, like, I really have to work to scroll in this game. She is not that charming for me.
Game between the two of us?
I'm good. The poses aren't helping her, I will say, though. She doesn't seem as, she's not as creepy here, but she is definitely creepy, yes. As a cultist, she's very charming. I'm sure you think so, Riku. I'm sure you think so. Needs to get away from me? Yeah, I'm sorry that we keep hearing her voice line. We will move on. We will move on now. Away from her. 8 out of 10. To...
I see my way clear.
This fella. Hi, Sephiroth. Please stop clicking her, sorry. Don't worry, she's gone. We're moving on to Calcharo. I guess, I want to pronounce his name Calcharo because I keep thinking there's an I there, but I think his name's Calcharo. This fella. Welcome back, Sephiroth. Oh, Serene Bros, thank you for following. Ansem, also kind of giving Ansem vibes, that's also true. Giving Square Enix antagonist. So, would I be allowed to say that he is evil? If my guess was that he is evil, would that work? Yeah. Ansem and Sephi fanfiction love child. Also, I could see that, yeah. Game's most shafted man. What do you mean by that? As in they do not treat him kindly? Or is he just having a bad time? He isn't in the story, plus I don't think there's many playable evil characters. Oh, okay. Only character we haven't met in the story yet? Wait, what? You haven't met him in the story? He's only a character you can get in the gacha? What do you mean? Cable part we don't really know. He doesn't appear in the game at all. What? Yeah, he definitely looks brooding and mysterious, at the very least. He's giving me a little bit of, who's that one guy? The Jujutsu Kaisen guy who has the stitches or something like that on his forehead? And dungeon you don't meet in the story? What? We hear about his faction but have never interacted with it. Ghetto. Yeah, he's got kind of a ghetto-like thing happening for his hair also. We get a rollback in the Chinese version? Weird! That's wild, before they rewrote the story. Sephiroth pre-events of 7, at least how he's described, because he's nowhere. Oh, so is he like, oh, the beloved general, maybe? But we don't know. Let me see, what does it say for him, for his lore? Because my guess for him, if I just make a guess, he is giving, he almost seems like he's partially cyber. The way his arms are is giving me Raiden from Metal Gear. So I see him definitely somebody who fights. We also have a samurai-esque handling of like the bottom half of his shape language. Padding on his hips that is almost like armor. Like, I'm reading this as like he's got this sort of like skin-tight armor that Raiden wears in Metal Gear. Similar style to Jiyan to me. Oh wait, Jian? I think I was saying his name wrong before. Yeah, he does kind of have a similar vibe.
The battlefield is dynamic.
Here, but I would say
your guard down.
This guy looks less evil. This guy looks more friendly. And in comparison, I thought he was evil before, but I could see him being the not as evil version.
I see my way clear.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, and his neck is fully covered. And he is fully covered. They gave you abs and pecs through shirt. But yeah, not quite the equality we were looking for. Let me look at what his deal is.
Way clear.
He is Leader of the Ghost Hounds, an international mercenary group. Ruthless, vengeful, unforgiving. Okay, looking at him, I would guess that. They do got it. Hi, Laura. Wait, that voice?
I see my way clear.
Do you recognize the voice? I don't recognize the voice. I have an auditory processing disorder, so I will never recognize the voice, ever. The number of times I have found, you've heard it before, I will never recognize a voice. The number of times it's happened, I can't even give you the specifics of this really, but kind of. I watched Regis Altair before he was well known. I watched Regis Altair before he was Regis Altair! And I never connected the dots of who he was. And then I saw him in a collab at some point, and I was like, wait, that sounds kind of familiar. And then I never figured it out until I was specifically told by someone. Which we will not get into discussion of past lives here, but it was one of those things where I was like, I will never figure it out. I will never figure it out, ever. I love when it happens, because I thought he was gone. I was so sad. I thought he was just gone. No, he's not gone, thankfully. But I will never figure them out. His Japanese voice is Sephiroth? Is it really? Oh my god, they really were very intentionally going for, making him look like and give vibes of Sephiroth and being, you know, military adjacent. He's a mercenary, dark, edgy man with long, flowing white hair and gets voiced in Japanese by Sephiroth. Crazy. Crazy. It is wild. Why does he have a single pec covered by the blue fabric? More so, what do video games with showing the left pec? I don't know. I think they were just going to have a little bit more... Wait, I didn't even pull up. The problem is that his character render also, which drove me nuts, is not from the front. His, like, full body render is from the back. Look at this. Not helpful, man. But he really looks like Sephiroth in this render, complete with giant long sword. The tropes really are tropesing, but like they really also had to give him long sword. Is it not 9 feet? But like they really were going through it, going for it, yeah. The pose is nice, yeah. Pose is nice, the hair is giving good silhouette the pose. But for the sake of me wanting to see what he looks like, it was not helpful. His card is at least a little better, I think, which is this one, where I can see part of his body a little better, but at this point, just look at him in game. Electrical stand that looks very handsome. Yes! People are saying he's a slight hooked nose. Does he? It doesn't look like he does here. Actually at all, not even slightly. I would like that if they had variation like that, but unfortunately, does not in this art. On his model does. Let's see, does he turn in a way where we can see it? No. He has forsaken me. We won't be able to look at it, unfortunately. Shirt even gives us belly button. It definitely does. They're really giving you a lot here.
I see my way clear.
I'm sure you do. Click back. It doesn't help. But we can click back in here, and we can look at the character design, which is that he really looks like Sephiroth right here. Like, really looks like Sephiroth here. Straight down to the fact that these are reading like Sephiroth's pauldrons. It's so Sephiroth-y. But we're not just gonna make comparisons of him to another character. He even has the hair vents kind of in the front, not as extreme. Jeez. Where was... Here. Yeah, be here maybe. We're gonna stop comparing him to Sephiroth and just look at him for what he is, which is to say, if I go here and zoom out, his silhouette, while not being the best on planet Earth, is not too bad. Not too bad. Him having a wider silhouette with a lot more weight at the bottom of it does make him more different than a lot of the other characters. I don't think really almost anyone else has this long of like a skirt type situation happening. So I will give him that. That does make him distinct in that way. His hair, I wish was a little more exaggerated on the sides, but if we started exaggerating his hair, we would just get Sephiroth, unfortunately. And then for what it's worth, all of this stuff that's on his torso, I wish wasn't skin tight, and same with his arms. Like, I can't really edit it here to show you. I can maybe edit it here, but like, what was stopping us from making like this stand up higher off his chest, like coming up like here, and then making this stand off his arm further. Like, make it feel like armor that has thickness to it. And then same deal with his arm things, right? Question mark? I don't know. I feel like we could have exaggerated more. Maybe you don't need to the quite extreme. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. Exaggeration, maybe, of shape. Please, please. We're not really getting any mileage out of that. For all I know, they could all be painted on from what it looks like at a distance. Let me zoom in. Is it? Are they skipping polys on him?
My way clear.
I think they... Oh, I think they were. I think that's all painted on. Which makes me sad. I want things to be modeled on, so that way they add to the silhouette. No! No! It has it just white, I think. He's just a princess. I guess. I don't know. Look back, there's just really bright white. Yeah, it is really bright. Did search. I am wrong. I thought he was voiced by Kaiji Tang for some reason. Who is he voiced by? Is he voiced by somebody we find familiar? Or no? Jiyan gave him that outfit in lore, so that might explain the compression shirt. He can wear a compression shirt. I don't have a complaint about him wearing a compression shirt. It's just, maybe the armor could be more exaggerated. And he's got, like, what do you call them? The bracers on his arm? What is the word for that? I can't think of the word for it. But, like, that could stand up off the edge of his hand and be more exaggerated. Like, I feel like we could have set these shapes off of his silhouette a little bit more in a way that'd be helpful. And I can't even do it in any of this art to edit and show you what I mean. Because, like, here, I can kind of do it here, but, like, what if you went like that instead? And then had these, like, exaggerate off the edge of the arm more so it looks like they're thicker. Yeah, add depth around the edges. And once again, you couldn't see what I was doing. Like, exaggerate it off the edge of the arm, maybe, please. Is the blue part because his shirt got ripped and he fixed it? I'm not reading it that way. I'm reading the blue part as, like, almost synthetic muscle in a weird way, where I'm reading it like... Are any of you familiar with KT tape? I know what KT tape is. I've used KT tape. But it's almost overlapping in, like, a muscular sense, the way a pec reads to me. I don't know. And I'm also thinking that we're having this crisscrossing in the torso area to also mimic the sort of samurai type of outfit that they are going for, maybe with it in the reference, because that's what the lower part of the outfit is doing. Thickness because to protect flesh and looks too cosmetic without practical use. Yes, it looks too cosmetic the way that it is. It doesn't look like these things are even working as light armor to me, because this almost reads as metal the way it's handled, but it's not. It's fabric, so it's really not doing a lot for him. But then he's got like an armored neck piece, question mark? I don't know, I'm kind of confused. I am kind of confused. And yeah, once again, whoa, man, you got a lot of belts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts. And if we look at the back, it's like a corset. It laces up and has like little baggies on it. He's got all these belts on his arms too and across the chest. It is definitely something. Japanese archer armor. Oh, I could see that, but he's not an archer, is he? I could see that with having, like, you know, a chest piece. But he's very much got this giant sword. So I don't know about that one. I could see it, but that's not the weapon he appears to use. I don't know. Yeah, it must take forever to get dressed, a la Sephiroth. Ultimate changes his design a little, looks cool in his splash art. Okay. I will give him one credit, which is that for focal point, if we're looking for focal point on this character's design, wait, also, why does he not, oh, it's activated, it's white and glowing. The only thing I was gonna give him is it's not even there, in this render. We just have to look here. So, focal point, another character with white hair and who is relatively pale, but he's mostly dark in his color palette, so his head being the only part that is really that bright does make his head very focal for us via contrast. And then, what is it called? His tacit mark on his forehead? Because it's dark and framed nicely by his hair, and it's the darkest thing on his face, which is already focal, is even more focal for us. It is even more focal. So I would give this guy full points for focal point. All of this stuff that is happening everywhere else, the pattern, it's not distracting me too much, it mostly works for me. His motifs, there's not 100 motifs repeating, it's mostly just a lot of belts. He's got a little bit of a cloud or like smoke type pattern happening. I don't know what his element is, therefore I cannot give him a grade based on it. It is just legally distinct Sephiroth. I would say that. They did copy the homework, and I hate to do that. I hate to compare characters so closely with characters that exist in other media, because I feel like that diminishes them a lot. But unfortunately, his color layout, right down to his hair vents and the fact that they gave him a big sword, is really making it hard to do anything else, unfortunately. Yeah. He doesn't have a primary character look, he blends in a lot and feels a little base. I will say, the fact that there's so many other characters that have white hair and light-colored eyes does make him less distinct for me. Can you tell he's a default 5-star banner? I see. Yeah, maybe. Does his hair not split in the back? It might not, but I think it's because they made his hair stringier. I think he's got a lot more splits in his hair. Potentially. Which is why it doesn't have the full up to center split, which I do prefer. It looks a little less funny. Second form where he rips off his upper body clothes. Of course you guys know this. Of course you know this. Dang, he got special hair treatment? He did! Why did the other girlies not get special hair treatment? I feel like it looks a little silly on them. I feel like they could have done more for that, especially if it's a character that's not in the story that's getting special hair treatment. But, if we go to the rubric. We'll start with the rubric, because honestly, it's kind of hard trying to make any edits to him. Because here's the thing, silhouette, it's not bad, but I wish it was a little more exaggerated. I wish his silhouette had more exaggeration in the upper body. Actually, I'm taking a full point off for that, because the lower half, great. Upper half, we didn't put the effort in, unfortunately, on the upper half. Make some of the padding on his clothing look like it's serving a function by giving it some thickness and exaggeration in the way it's affecting the outline and the shape of his body. For color palette, I'm bored. I'm bored. Unfortunately, I'm bored. It's because so many of the other characters have this color palette, or adjacently this color palette, or close to this color palette. I'm bored. It's not bad, I'm not having clarity problems, but it's not interesting to me, unfortunately. It's not fantastic. It's not bad, but it's not super interesting. Complexity versus clarity. Yeah, gray and a little bit of gray with the undertone of blue. Yeah. Crow is allowed to have an aesthetic. No, I know they're allowed to have an aesthetic. I acknowledge that. However, it's not making their characters distinct from each other in a way that works super well for me. And I just wish that there was maybe a little more variety. Little more variety. You can have an overall aesthetic as a brand, but too much commitment to that can make things feel samey, unfortunately. And I didn't take all the points off for it. He got a middle of the road on that one. I didn't take all his points. Complexity versus clarity, I really don't have any concerns about. It is fine the way that it is. It's fine. He could make a marketable plush. He's got, his belts are like just on the side of I'm willing to accept them as not being overwhelming, and I think they're funny. I'll accept it. And, you know, for what it's worth, his face is focal, like completely. So what he is lacking here, he is making up for here also. Your typical geek, thank you for following. You should see him during his ult. I really don't have a way to do that, I don't think. I could pull up a video some way, but we haven't looked really at any of the characters' animations. I'm sure they look very cool when they're in animation, but I'm looking at them for just the character design. For black, white, overall eye-piercing colors, definitely a preference thing. That is true, but I feel like there's other characters in this game that have a better balance. Like, I feel like if we look at her...
Anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
I found her balance of colors to be more interesting, where she's got greens working in through it, and the whites have more of a blue undertone. Like, I thought her handling of the color palette was more interesting than his is. And she might not be the only one. And then similarly, like, she is another character that only has one color, but hers is way more saturated. Okay, I don't want to hear her. I need to stop clicking her so we don't have to hear that anymore. I think its mileage may vary on some of their characters. Hoyo exists as an alternative to people who love color, after all. That's true. That is true. Because his face gains patterns, like gets horns. I see. Sorry, Hoshi, sorry. I didn't mean to. Would you say Sephiroth is able to have limited color palette by having an interesting silhouette? I would say that. I'm more willing to accept his because of his silhouette. Sephiroth was also designed for the limitations of the PS2. His character design was designed with those limitations in mind, but what he does not have in color interest, he does make up for in silhouette interest, and in the more recent iterations of the games, in the remakes, I'll be so real with you, I still don't think he has the most exciting colors going on. Honestly, his are probably even worse. Oh, PS1, sorry, you're right, it is a PS1 game. Sorry. Wow, I'm a fake fan. I've watched that game be played originally. My father played it. But I still think Sephiroth probably would not score that much better on this. I think he would get better for silhouette, but I don't think he'd actually get better for much else. Constant motifs, I see what he's doing. I understand. And for what it's worth, this guy just got an 8 out of 10, so we can't be that bent out of shape about whatever grade he is getting or not. He is mostly working. Yeah, it's just that it's only because there's too many characters that have a similar palette is why I'm voicing a complaint about him and the others, because I normally wouldn't mind so much. You can have an aesthetic, but they feel too similar to each other to me. They don't have the memorability that they would gain from being more individual in their color design. Unfortunately. Hi, Aaron, welcome back. Dark Palette does show the purple FX in his combat nice, though. That is true, that is nice. He does not benefit, however, from the way that, like, the characters who have more, like, white overall designs stand out against the overall darker world, as you guys were telling me before, too. Oops, I'm frozen. Hello? Come back, EG. Oh, there we go. People were telling me that a lot of the characters stand out really well in-game also because they're overall lighter color palette, which, you know, she has. There were a couple other ones I think we looked at who had the overall light colored color palettes, but I guess that he wouldn't have that benefit, unfortunately, either. But he's an 8 out of 10, which is not bad, which is better than some of the characters we looked at last week, so I'll give him that. Who else was I supposed to look at today? Still can't look at Brant, unfortunately. Lingyang was, I think, the final character. Excuse me, sir, did you just howl at me? Excuse me, sir. Okay, hello. My son. Sorry to see that side of me. Yeah, my beloved. You guys really like this one. Okay. And here, I'll tell you something too, which is that I think I also quite like this character design. Once again, we're doing is mostly light colored, which is maybe unfortunate. But I think I can perfectly guess what his everything. I think I can perfectly guess what his whole bit is, like perfectly immediately. Tell me if I'm off base here. I'm going to look at him and tell you, okay, he definitely has a lion aesthetic going on. He's got lion-like ears. He also has pants and a color palette that's making me think he's a lion dancer, potentially also. Whoops, I have him off center here. And I think it's very funny the way they're pairing like lion dancer with like the tech wear aesthetic by putting zippers on them. But I can see exactly what his design is supposed to be. He's a little lion dancer, would be my exact guess of that, and I can see it very clearly. The pants give it away immediately. But there's something to be said for that. The fact that I can look at the character design and know what's going on with their character pretty quickly, usually good. If I were to guess personality, I would say that he is maybe a little silly, but he seems also like he's a little bit, what is the word I'm looking for? Like, scrappy? And by that I mean like somebody who gets into a little bit of fights. He's got this sort of, like, torn bottom edge to his pants, and his hair is, like, very fiery, where it seems like he may be somebody who has a little bit more of a, like, fiery personality, somebody who may pick and or get into fights, if I had to guess. Actually super, super nice to everyone. Oh, okay. Oh no. In his character quest, you learn that he ripped out all his fur to fit in with humans? No, what the heck? Poor kid, what in the world? That's sad, what? And yeah, he does also have a tail. I do see that here. They could have maybe posed the tail more obviously. But I do am picking it up. If he is more playful, maybe it's the pose here that's not selling that for me, and maybe if he wants to fit in, is very nice and friendly. But For the most part, I'm understanding what's going on here. Once again, he is so pale in the character art. He's so pale. Would have been good friends with Razor. Oh, Razor's the one whose name I only remember because Joby said that he looked like Roadhog. I don't know about that. Everyone in his troop loves him dearly. Oh, well, that's cute. Lion headpiece in combat. Oh, see, that's also nice. That is also fun. Oh, speak and they shall appear. Hi, Joby.
Hello.
Mimi. Hug. Thank you. Welcome in. We're looking at character designs. I have downloaded a 40 gigabyte game just to look at the character designs, and then I'm gonna uninstall it after I finish streaming. It's Wuthering Waves. Wait, look. Hang on. Look, it's Sephiroth. Not that that matters to you.
I see my way
Is
clear.
Sephiroth the vampire, right?
No.
I don't
What
know.
did you just say?
I don't know who Sephiroth is. I don't know.
How could you?
Sorry.
Joby doesn't know who Sephiroth is, which is wounding me mortally. Joby, Sephiroth is the antagonist of Final Fantasy VII! I played you his song! No, he's not Alucard, that's a different guy! No! I played the Sephiroth song for Joby once, and Joby didn't know it, and I was like, this is probably only one of the most well-known songs in gaming. How do you not know this? Joby got him confused with Alucard. Lost gamer privileges. In Joby's defense, Joby does not play RPGs or JRPGs at all. Like, even slightly. So I cannot fault Joby. Joby is gamer. Joby just doesn't play the genre of game that these characters are in. Joby knows all things. Yeah, EG's one media know is Joby's one media clueless, and I would say vice versa. Joby knows a lot about, like, first-person shooter type games, and horror games, and survival games, zombie games, like those kinds of games. But not JRPGs. But dude is everywhere and lists in that. Joby doesn't Google lists of game characters. Morachi, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Miku from Fortnite. I know Miku from not Fortnite, but I do also own Miku in Fortnite, and I was heartbroken to find that I had to spend $11 to have Miku in Fortnite. Ugh, I'm crushed to have Miku in Fortnite, but I do have 2 Mikus in Fortnite and a bunch of other things as a result. Okay, focusing. We did say hi to Joby. Lingyang. Lion dancer. I can tell. I can look at you and know immediately. Your hair, I love it because it's so fluffy. I love how fluffy your hair is. It's giving decent silhouette. Your pants are giving you a lot of your silhouette, which is helpful, but this, like, charm. Can we take a visual note of this? It's got a bell on it. And they could have made it so that, you know, it's falling with gravity and is sitting flat against the leg of his pants. But they didn't. They have posed it off his body using the bones and have only let some of it be like simulation, it seems like, in a way that is making it contribute to silhouette. Yippee! Thank you. He's the Jingle Beast. Oh, there you go. Anything for my queen Miku. Is it worth playing Fork Knife so you can play as Miku? No. I don't even play the shoot modes. I play with Billy, and we played a Just to Impress mode, we played a Lego mode, we played a Tycoon mode. We don't play the actual shooter, because I'm bad at those kinds of games, unfortunately. Yeah. Tail 2.0, yeah, it kind of does have 2 tails, or even 3, because I think there's actually another one that we can't see on this angle. It's like posed exactly behind it, but it is giving better silhouette for me, which is nice. It is interesting. For this character, I almost wish they would have leaned a little bit more into brown tones, seeing as he is a lion, but I can understand why they didn't. Maybe. Another character, once again, with light hair, light eye combo. What is our counter at now? For today, just today alone, I think that's 3. Actually, that's 4. 4 characters with the same combo of hair and eyes. 4. You look at his old design afterwards. He was a full-on furry? Was he? Did they steal that from him? Did they decide, oh, we need more overall appeal, and they took that off of him? That'd be kind of sad. That's like one of those things I did to be safer in the design, but is he even a 5-star character? I don't think he is. I think he's is he? I actually don't know. I have a thing that actually might tell me. If I go here. Is he a 5-star? Oh, he is a 5-star. Okay, okay. Was he release? Was he a release character? Is there a reason? Another default banner 5-star. Oh, okay, okay, I see. I wish they would have gone for less safe in his design, because I feel like that would have been kind of fun, but I can see why they did. Consider the GT of the game, where if you roll him, it's considered bad luck. Oh no. Joker said he was a 4-star gaming, as both came out around the same time. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Yeah, very 1.0 character. Okay, that's far. 5-star gaming. Looks like he's 12. That was the other thing I was to say. Is he a kid? Question mark? Maybe it's just because he's short. But my other guess was that he might be a kid. 4 points. Oh, and Genshin. Oh, Genshin. Gaming? Is how you say that one's name? Right? Maybe? Yes, young teen. Okay. Lose your 50-50 to him a lot. Sadly, isn't very good. Oh, rip. Hello. Young. Yeah, it looks like he's 12. Thought he was a child. Not quite, no. Oh, hi, Dungeon Slime. If you're not late. Shroommates arrive precisely when they intend to. They're here when they should. Yeah, okay. So, this fella. We're talking about design. For concept, I see it. For silhouette, silhouette's not bad. I appreciate what the hair's doing for it. I appreciate the posing and exaggeration of the elements around the waist. Those rings, if I'm going to guess correctly, I might be wrong, but I know that in Lion Dance you wear harnesses. The person in the front wears a harness so they can be lifted by the hips more easily. And that is my guess as to what this might be referencing, is a harness, which is why it's so exaggerated and it goes between the legs like that, which might be right. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But I do enjoy the exaggeration of the details around his waist. Oh, once again, I wish there was more going on in the upper half of the body as far as exaggeration in the silhouette goes. He holds the lion head. Okay, so I did guess that he is the front. If it is, we don't know. He lion dances by himself. Ah, I see. But if he's holding the head, that would mean that if he is, you know, the lion in the case where there's 2 of them or multiple people combining for one lion, that would make him the front. That would make him the front legs, which would be the person who would have the harness on, potentially? I don't know. Image with his lion headpiece. I can see if he has it. It looks like his, what is this? His splash art has it? He's holding it over his head. Look at it. Does have the head in his tax. Yeah, so here, wait, look. So this is the art where we can see him holding it. It's partially cut off, but it does seem to be mimicking also him and his color palette, implying that he is potentially the lion that it is about. And then there's a whole other lion here too that is quite different from him. But this seems like it is in keeping design-wise with the rest of his outfit and his hair color and those things about him. Does match. The chin has like the little tassels that match his clothing. Does he have, he's got little puffballs on his shoes that kind of match little pom-poms, like in combat. Okay. This design works for me. Once again, I'm not as thrilled with the color palette, but otherwise, I'm kind of picking up what's going on here. I feel like I haven't talked about him for very long, but like, I feel like there's not a ton to say about him. He is a lion that does the lion dance. Full points in concept. I didn't fully get his personality from looking at him, but seeing him in here, I get it more specifically. I think the posing here, posing here is a bit of a red herring. In this art, I still would get more of his playful personality or like friendlier aspects. For focal points, focal points. Shroommates. Focal points for this fella. He looks young to me, but Garu messed up my sense in ages. I don't know how old anyone is. Harness, face. Interesting guesses. Because for me, we're once again having headband helps a lot for face. The headband does help for the face. I will say that much. Headband does help. But this is a character where if we're talking about level of detail, I actually, you know what I should have been doing for these characters so we can do ladder design tests for them? Oh, you had to move your head, come on. There we go. I'm taking a screenshot of him so we can look at level of detail and I can lay it out in a way that is useful to us. The highest level of detail on this character's design is right here in the pelvis. And then once again, we have the tassels that match the chin of the lion's head, which is probably why they're located there. The lion's head does tend to encompass most of the upper body. But once again, red, high chroma, distracting. We are gonna look at it. You have to right click to spin them. I tried that. I tried clicking both. I tried middle mouse. None of them work, unfortunately. But ladder, let me draw a ladder here. This is the first ladder we've drawn today, just because I forgot that I could cut them, I could copy and paste them. Hang on, I'll go like that. And then I'm gonna go like this. That black thing is right there. He is also, other than I guess his belt, fully symmetrical. Oh, and he's got this across his chest, which gives him at least a little bit of diagonality. I'm not saying he's gonna fail his ladder design test, but if we look at how many lines I'm drawing, his eyes honestly don't provide that much. In different areas, can we see how much clustering there is around the waist, which combined with the red does make that very distracting as a focal point, unfortunately. His face isn't bad, but once again, it's one of those things where like, if we would have given him an eye color, let me get an eye color for this fella. That's probably too strong. But like if this fella had an eye color, that might bring us to his face more. Or if his eyes were brighter. Like I don't have to make these super saturated probably. Or like, I don't want to give him red eyes. We could give him gold eyes. Like there's a number of things we could potentially do that would bring us to his face a little bit more maybe. But having them be pure white and the same color as his hair doesn't help. Give him blue eyes like his lion head. Oh, does the lion head have, oh it does, the lion head has blue eyes. You could give him blue eyes because the lion head does have blue eyes. And like, granted, I've just given him a little bit of the blue eye stare. But like, do you see how from a distance that is bringing us into the face more clearly now? Please. They don't even have to be that saturated. We can even turn them back a little bit more, but just by giving them a little bit more difference in just color undertone and having some color, it does make sense. It does cover his head in combat, so detail at the waist makes sense. I guess, but like, if you're running around in the world with him, he doesn't have his head covered, and as a character, he's not being presented with his head covered. Like, he's not a masked type of character. That's not his intended full, like, presentation. So it should still work otherwise. But I will say, unfortunately, that is out-competing. So I can close. I have a bunch of things open that I don't need. I don't need this extra one of you. I have too many images open. There we go, Rubric. For this, his silhouette, it's good. I wish there was more exaggeration in the upper part of his body, but it's mostly good. Focal points. His face is being outcompeted, unfortunately, by the red and level of detail down there. It's not horrible, but the belt sure is distracting. The belt and like pelvis area sure is distracting from level of detail and color. There's just not as much detail around his head, unfortunately, which maybe that's something where a tassel in the hair would help us. Like if he had one of those red things as a tassel as an earring or something. If you distribute the red in more places, it becomes less important where it is lower in the design. Suggestions. Complexity versus clarity is fine. He's got a lot more patterning going on than it feels like the other characters do, or at least theirs are more pushed back. It's not bad. I feel like he could plushify pretty easily, right? He's got some good shape language that I think would make him easily to identify as a plushie, potentially. But I feel like we would lose a lot of detail doing that. It's not too bad. For color palette, I appreciate that he has more brown tones and more orange tones, and his color isn't just limited to black, white, a color. He has black, white, a whole bunch of like miscellaneous. He's got a little bit of fire, he has a little bit of gold, or because of the fire, he has some gold and orange and red. and some brown tones, and some black, and some white, and a little bit of green. The green feels maybe slightly out of place because it's only in one location. It's only on his neck. But it's better than most that I'm seeing. Yeah, the hair tie does have red, but unfortunately if we're looking at his design from the front, that doesn't help. And if we're looking at him from the side, it is taking our focus away from his face and over to the back of his head. Oh, it looks more traditional. What does? What looks more traditional? The green? I mean, green as like the color of jade is very prevalent in this game, which I can see that making sense for, but at that, then maybe we just need one other accessory that is green somewhere else on the design, maybe. Perhaps. Or at least I might like that. The hair tie. Yep, it is a hair tie. Was that my full thoughts here? I feel like we went through him very quickly. But honestly, I didn't have a ton of depth to say for this one. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. Once again, not bad design. But I feel like there may still be some things missing a little bit. But like, that's still pretty good. Our average today is much higher than our average was last week. Last week, I think our average was 7.5 or 7, was it? This week, we're closer to 8, I would say, which is a relief. Having them open in the game makes it easier to tell what's going on. So, at this point in time, I can tell you, ooh, those were all the characters I had prepared for us today, which is crazy. I didn't actually think we'd get through all the ones I had prepared. It looks like he's wearing bell bottoms. You're gonna say that about any pants that are wide like the bottom, but that is just a traditional pant style. We got through the characters that I had prepared, the characters that I did cold reads of, the characters who I wanted to make sure we talked about today. I wanted to talk about Scar if we could, but I don't think I can actually pull up what Scar's character model looks like, unfortunately. Because he is an enemy. Hang on, if I close that. Crossing Stars, Archive, no. Main story, no, okay. Everything is locked. So I don't know if I can pull up his design here, but I still think we should look at him. But we can't pull up a model of him. He is perhaps one of the characters from this game I saw the most of before this game came out. And mostly was the people who were not really happy with modifications that came out of him. Oh wait, hang on, I forgot. We were gonna look at the beta design for this character, where he is full furry. Real quick. I want to look at that fast quick. Wait, did the Gamba get set up? Missed that when I was hotspot cutting. No, I did forget to do Gamba for what our average grade is. Hang on, so is this the beta art for him? Whoa. Is this it? Is this what it was? For that fella? Yes? Whoa, actually, so I wish we had gone the furry route maybe, but I feel like there's a lot that doesn't work as well here, for me at least. This looks like a completely different character to me, but the way they've handled the torso area, and I don't like this one. I like it more than the in-game one, really. I don't like this one as much. I feel like the color design doesn't work as well. He's really black and white, whereas his other version isn't as much. And then because his face and his hair is so much of both, there's like banding happening in his hair. Level of detail is sort of strange with it too. It's good he waxed. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know if it's good per se. Like if they would have given him I mean, I guess we would have had clarity issues then. I think the outfit is more so the problem here for me. I feel like they could have made this work. I feel like he needed a mid-tone hair. I feel like the way the hair is handled is kind of strange. But I feel like the clothing is more of the trouble I have. I feel like he needs the clothing that he really has in-game. And this would work a little better, but I do think that being so white in the fur would cause us problems otherwise. Yeah, rip. It should have his present fit while also being a furry. I see where all of your allegiances lie. I see. Worst use a monochromatic color palette I've seen in a while. Yeah, I don't think this is doing it for us. I think this is giving lack of interest, unfortunately, in the monochromatic color palette as opposed to cleanliness, which is usually what it gives. Good luck if you ever cover Nike. Oh, I will not be. Full stop. I will not be covering Nike. That Nike sits firmly in the category of games that or does it have interesting character design sometimes? Yes, I do think it does. However, all of those things tend to be at least a bit overshadowed by the assets department, and I think we'd have like 12 to 40 Twitch TOS violations at any given moment looking at that game, and I don't think I want to poke the community that game is popular in. I am very PG, and that game is very 18 plus in what I've seen for it. Do Nike for an April Fool's stream? I could jokingly say I'm going to, and then not. But like similar deal with, I've had a couple people request Love in Deep Space now, a game which I had previously not heard of, and I've learned now that because people were talking about it recently, abbreviation for it is LADS, which is funny. Another game I will not be poking, because those are just guys who are dressed as dudes and have 100 different outfits, and that's the point, is you're trying to get outfits for them, and it is a game that does have plot. And yeah, it only has 5 characters in different outfits, it has plot. But I feel like the main reason people play it is for the, look me in the eye, plot. Yeah. So you're doing Nike only to have it be, Nikki instead. Yeah, Infinity Nikki. Mirai Nikki, maybe. The other Nikki's, not Nike, no. As in plot with air quotes? Yes. Do Nike for April Fools and critique the shoes. Yes, I could critique just the shoes, maybe. And that would probably be fine. But yeah, no. Will not be touching those ones. Same deal with somebody talking about there's the carnival one, fall snow, apparently that's another similar game. I don't really know enough about that genre of game to know what fits in it and what doesn't. So, I don't know. Wait, as a Love and Deep Space player, I actually play for the story and plot. Okay, I'm proud of you, but that is not what I've heard as like the overall sentiment about that game. I'm proud of you. If that means that we could do a look at the game solely on design basis, I'm still scared about considering it because it seems like a majority of the way people look at that game is not that way. But that gives me some hope. The carnival is a bit too not PG. Yeah. Wait, Nike's pronounced Nikkei? Oh, sorry, I'm pronouncing it like the goddess of victory that the name is spelled the same as. Sorry. Actually, for fools, cover non-horror clowns. I don't want to look at clowns. I've looked at enough clowns. I've looked at enough. So, characters. As I click back in here. Hello, my 10 out of 10 in my heart. Who else do we want to look at for characters? There's a lot of them. Thought it was a sports brand too? Not quite. Don't worry. Oh, okay. I'm not worried. Fear not. I'm not actually worried. Mamma mia. What is my favorite type of game? I like turn-based combat games. I like a nice JRPG with a turn-based combat, or I like management sims. What do you mean in my heart? Well, I mean, it was also on the rubric, but 10 out of 10 in all ways. I like this character design, and it stands up, it holds up to the character design tier list, or not tier list, it stands up to the rubric, whereas, like, I like this design, but this design did not do as well on the rubric, unfortunately. Love her and Brent, they look good. I want to talk about Brent. I want to talk about Brent, but I can't. I cannot. No, I am not allowed. Because he is not out yet, unfortunately. And I cannot look at him. So you do play Honkai Star Rail then? I do. That is the only game of this genre that I have played, and it's only because my community in my Donathon voted that I play that game. I'm gonna beat the first world. That's my goal in Honkai Star Rail. And there's a reason why I'm not playing the other ones. A lot of them are action RPGs, which I don't like as much. I get distracted too easily. If you were doing Ike, which, thank God, I do think you'd like Dorothy's design from it. There's a number of characters whose designs, I think, would be worth looking at in that game, because I've seen them enough. There's the one girl who looks like Da Capo, whose name I don't know, who has, like, the bangs that fully cover her face. She is very iconic and very distinct. However, I cannot trust you all to be normal about it. Elig? Is that what her name is? Oh, God. She's Nike's most recent lesbian. Oh, good for her. Good for her. Don't remember her name, but if you looked at the artist girl in Wuwa. I have not. Who is the artist girl in Wuwa? We are normal? No, you're not. None of us are. I'm not normal, you're not normal. That's why we're all here. Have you looked, wait. Changli Yao, maybe? This dude, this fella?
The experiment begins.
Hello. Oh, hang on. We can look at this guy if you want. I saw a couple of people say that, so we can. We review the new HSR characters from the new Greek-inspired planet. I will add them to my tier list one of these days. Potentially, yes. Yeah. Artist girl, super cute. Who is the artist girl? Zhezhi? I don't see a character with that name in here. I don't see a character with... Oh, wait, no, I see her. There she is. Okay, she's right next to him. Pardon? Okay.
The experiment begins.
Pardon. Zhezhi. Okay, I see. Zhezhi. Got it. Thanks. Okay, well, this guy I saw recommended first. Look at him. We'll then look at her after. And then maybe we'll vote for one after. What do you think about Calcharo's design? We did look at him, and I gave him an 8. He is Walmart Sephiroth, unfortunately. This guy. This fella. Let's take a look at him. I gotta pull up an image of him, because I don't have him saved. Cool. Yep, got him. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Oh, wait, hang on. I have it spelled in different ways. Hello, open the wiki, give me a model. So I can have him here also. There we go. Whoa, okay. A lot of excess area in that PNG of this fella. So I didn't play when he was free, he looks so good. Oh, is this like a situation where I missed out on getting free ratio and you all missed out on getting this also character for free? That is sad. Looks uptight. He does. He is giving a little bit of like if we're talking about tropes, he is giving like the he's a little bit aloof maybe. He seems like he is somebody who is prim and proper. Seems to like he might know a good bit about things. He's very princely. He's very Michaud to me at least. Hello, is this HSR? No, it's not. Not quite. He carries a bottle of sanitizer. I would believe that, potentially, is what I'm getting. Yeah, I could believe that. In this case, I look at his clothing being white combined with the styles I'm having from the clothing, and he seems like somebody who prioritizes things being pristine. So I am willing to, like, the fact that his color palette is the way it is doesn't bug me. Love him, what a prince. Yeah, he is kind of princely. Doing the pose, just the glove, but he's isn't wearing a glove. That's true. He is wearing a glove, doing a glove adjusting pose. Maybe he's adjusting his robotic arm, which is interesting, but look at me. Look at me. You had an opportunity. You had an opportunity. I'm sorry, I'm in your face. You had an opportunity here to make the arm really interesting and robotic and make it really exaggerated in shape language because you already spent the polygons on making it. You already spent the polygons on making it. We're zooming in. Zoom in.
The experiment begins.
I like that we can hear it moving. You already spent the polygons on making it be this way. Why did we not exaggerate the shape of it? Because if I wasn't paying close enough attention, I might miss that he's mechanical. Robotic arm uses so much polygons. It is! It's using a ton of polygons. If you're gonna spend them on it, exaggerate it more. Why can't you give us a bigger, rounder shape for the shoulder or make this exaggerate? Make it a little less human in the way that it's robotic. Because apparently it being robotic is probably very important to him and his character. I don't know. Sorry EG rapidly approached you, but I really feel like it's a missed, opportunity, unfortunately. Also, I don't understand how the depth works on his hair right there, unfortunately. I don't know. Has a lot of moving parts. That is cool that it has a lot of moving parts. I just wish they exaggerated the shape more for silhouette reasons, because if we look at this, he has the classic men's formal wear problem, which is nothing happening on the legs at all. I appreciate that they've made them split at the bottom and he has an interesting, it's not a jacket, is it? I actually can't tell. It's attached only at the hips. I love doing this apparently. What do we call this type garment where it's not a jacket? Do you see how it cuts off? It's only around his hips, but it is jacket adjacent. kind of, which does make it interesting for silhouette. His hair isn't giving a ton. I don't know. Circuitry lining is fun. No, it is interesting. Yeah, he does have like a hip cape, and not entirely like a kilt. Tailcoat, kind of, but it's not a coat. Yeah, but open, because if we look, it's actually separated. This is not connecting to it. I don't know. I just wish that there was more exaggeration in the shapes of his clothing, where, like, you know, he's giving princely. We could give him, like, more exaggerated princely elements on his shoulders, where once again, like, this isn't standing, it's very sleek. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like we could have a juxtaposition of, oh, look at his really sleek, slim-fitting clothing, very princely. But then having his arm be more mechanical, and his arm being more exaggerated in shape, we might think that's interesting. That might, I don't know, juxtaposition's cool and fun and interesting in designs. I don't know. My defense, he doesn't seem to, like, want big exaggerated arms. But, like, if I were to guess, he probably doesn't want to have a robotic arm either to begin with. Like, I don't know if he'd want that. Got the ribbon cable thing for the coat collar also feels like a missed opportunity. Ribbon cable thing for the coat collar. You mean this, that is on one side, can make over the shoulder, and then here only starts at the hip on the other side and is underneath? I'm not sure. Do you think with the arm, but I'll raise you this. If you lost an arm in real life, would you want it to look as human as possible? Maybe, but I'm talking like, if we're talking like limitations of design, or like, in the world, it is actually really hard, and it was for a long time for us, to make things that were very accurately mimicking human limbs in things. I don't know. That's a sash. It is a sash. I don't know what we're talking about with ribbon. I don't know. It feels like something where being more robot-y would be cool for this, where it's something like unwittingly, maybe he doesn't want that, but it would be interesting to have it juxtapose the rest of his demeanor, where I don't know if he would be super happy about it. He's got a relentless passion for automated mechanics, as I'm reading here. Would he not want to be at least somewhat tricked out, maybe, if he could? I don't know. I don't think he's a robot. He's not a robot. I just think he has an automaton arm. Let me read his background, because I think we gauged his personality accurately. He is the principal investigator at, oh boy, I'm gonna work that up. Huashu Academy's Jinzhou campus. I don't have very good Mandarin reading skills, and we've learned this, unfortunately. And the Academy's youngest multidisciplinary scientist. He's the youngest scientist. Oh, wait, are we trying to give science with his robes? I was getting military. But I guess I can see that. We're going for like a techwear lab coat a little bit. Well, it does shoot a laser, and the alt out is his arm. That's good, at least. Okay, I like that. At least. Okay, I was thinking, because of this thing on his chest, I was reading that as being, like, military, like, insignia, or almost, like, the charms or medals that you get in the military. Because also we have, like, the little, what do you call it? The strap on the shoulder for when you wear a backpack. And the neckline was also giving me military, because it's giving armor. But I'm assuming that maybe it's actually supposed to be doing laboratory. Signed with other characters. Frontier Defense Stronghold. Military Vibes is probably on purpose. Oh, okay. So maybe they're trying to go for both. Workplace ID. Is that what that is? It might be. If they're intentionally trying to go for both, if that is like a military stronghold type location, and they're getting both military and... I gotta move him. Why is he so off-center? If they're going for military and laboratory in this design, I'd say they're somehow splitting the difference relatively well, because once I'm tipped off that he's laboratory, I can see it. I see what they're going for. Not bad. I don't know. I can just personally wish for exaggeration in his arm or somewhere else in his clothing, but it's not too bad. I appreciate that he's a brunette. I feel like brunette is one of the, especially light brunette, is an underrepresented hair color in these gacha games a lot of the time. You either end up with blondes or other things. Wait, no, tassets. Based on armor, the side hip panels are called tassets. Oh, okay, interesting. So I think they maybe are going for both then. They're kind of trying to straddle those two design, like, sensibilities. And they've got all this, like, cyber detailing on his design, around his chest, on his shoulder. That's interesting. I saw somebody earlier, I think, say something about Yu-Gi-Oh! And he is just a little Kaiba-esque, a little bit. Strangely, really like his hair. He is ever so slightly giving Kaiba a little bit, which, can I tell you something really heartbreaking? I'm heartbroken over this, and it was not meant as an insult to me. It was meant out of love. I'm gonna tell you something really heartbreaking. You'll never know what my hair really looks like, but it doesn't look like this. Joby told me the other day, Joby said, "Here, if you put your bangs down and don't part them, you look like Kaiba." And I said, "Oh, I need to cut all of my hair off immediately, actually. I actually need to cut all of my hair off. I need to shave my head." This is terrible. I can't believe you'd say this about me. And Joby was like, "No, no, no, but Kaiba's cool." And I was like, "I don't know about that. I don't want to look like Kaiba." Kaiba has, like, the worst fusion of a bowl cut and a mullet. I don't want that. My boy? Okay. I don't like it. I don't want it. There's Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, see, this is a better solution than whatever the heck my hair is doing that Joby thought was Kaiba-esque in nature. Yeah, I appreciate it. Just this once, I appreciate you taking my hair. Thank you. Thank you. Alive to thrive. Making the Redeemer reality? Yeah. Thank you. Not the Kaiba slander. I'm not slandering him. I just don't want to look like him, okay? But I do see a little bit of Kaiba in this character. Somebody said Rufus Shinra from Final Fantasy VII. Shinra looks too evil. Rufus looks too evil for this, but I see what you mean in the fusing of, like, almost military with lab clothing. They must have a Final Fantasy fan on here, maybe. GBH, you slay the hairless vibe because your model's so cute. Thank you. I also think I slay bald. Honestly, I used to pretend like it bothered me to be bald, but it does not bother me. I kind of like it. I like being bald. I think it's a slay. I'm also not bald. I just have a crew cut. Must be the white with the tailcoat. Yeah, I think it is the white with the tailcoat, probably, which is giving the similarity. Sunny, hee hee. Thank you for following. Alexa from GX has a female version of Kaiba's hair. I don't have Kaiba hair. Female or male or any of them, none of them. I don't have it. I don't. This character's design, as we're talking about it. Concept. If they're going for a fusion of military and lab, they're kind of getting it. I appreciate what they're doing. It is working for me. 4, silhouette. A little bit lacking. Not fantastic, but it's okay. It's not terrible. I want more exaggeration. For color palette, once again, it is black, white, a color. They have 2 metals this time. And I appreciate his hair color, and I appreciate that they are using more warm tones in his black colors, at least in-game. This has a warm undertone, as opposed to a lot of the other characters that have a cool undertone for the black colors on the design. I like that. I appreciate it. It's not the most interesting thing ever, but it is nice in some way. He has the sparkles in his hair, which does also make him princely. Oh. Thanks. My memory does not... What were we doing? Hello? Bow down in fear to the eldritch deity before you. I'm not Kaiba, also. This is still not Kaiba, in case you were wondering. Oh. If you're not familiar, this is the eldritch deity, known as Xiangli. I am the Eon of Ladders, and I am mostly a kind and caring eldritch nightmare of a creature, but don't upset me. Has hairpins in the back of his head. Good for him. I have ladders in all of my head right now, actually. There's so much happening to me right now. And yes, you may make offering of ladder to me if you so wish, and I am blocking the rubric fully, but I don't know if Eldritch EG actually has the credentials to do grading. Does Eldritch EG know anything about character design? Because clearly, you know, silhouette is good here on Eldritch EG, especially in the chibi form where my belt is just astronomical for some reason. Shoe does also make it very distinct. What have I missed? Oh, you've missed this. Hello. We've done a whole number of characters. Stretch? I should stretch. That is true. Eldritch EG does strike me as all-knowing. Wait, that's fair. Eldritch EG should be all-knowing. I feel like Eldritch creatures can know all, so maybe I can grade this guy. The Eldritch Nightmare needs a nap. The Eldritch Nightmare has tummy ache and is sleepy. Despite being Eldritch Nightmare, I am not invincible, if we have learned anything here. I I'm a little snark me-me-meing. Feel bad for anyone just coming in. Yeah, this is normal here. We haven't had an Elder TG in a moment, actually. So I appreciate it. I appreciate making this happen and that it didn't happen during either of our raids earlier, because that would have been a little sad, maybe. But yes, I am a creature from the beyond and of infinite knowledge, and I don't have a scary voice happening right now because I'm trying to be kind to you all, but I could very easily switch into my, like, dark and evil voice, but no, I won't. I'm in a good mood today. I'm feeling better. Doesn't want you to look like Kaiba is another thing you missed. Yeah, no, Squiiji does not want to look like Kaiba. EP Eldritch, yeah, it's like the Missile is Sleepy video. Have you seen that? The Eldritch Nightmare is sleep is EP, just a little bit. Eldritch Nightmare is a tummy ache, rip. Yeah, Eldritch Nightmare ate things they shouldn't. Not even the Eldritch Nightmares can eat weird things. It doesn't work quite well for me. Did you download the game or is it a YouTube video? It is the game downloaded. I do have the game just for this, as was somebody recommended it to me in the YouTube comments, and I was like, you know what? I'll do a 40 gigabyte download just for this. Yeah. Also has metallic clips on the back of his head. Interesting. Commitment? Yeah, you can say I'm nothing if not committed. At least to this. I'm committed to some things in life, and to trying to fairly talk through character designs is one of them. Which, for this game, felt specifically relevant because other games I wouldn't care so much about. But this game, because the in-game models I feel like work much better than the renders, or like the drawings. We can't even see his face. Look how pale he is. I am willing to download it for that. But color palette. His is more interesting than the others have that are just the black, white, and a color ones because his hair is brown and that's interesting and the black has a brown undertone. Eldritch EG is going to dish out the ultimate of the decisions about what this character design's thing is. Silhouette. It's not bad, but I want more. It's kind of not that interesting. Complexity versus clarity. He's fine. Focal points. What is his focal point? I know the focal point right now is definitely me, like without a doubt. The focal point right now is me. Now I'm just Ladderhead. Who is this new character? How do we judge this character? Is his head for me? There you go. Yeah, where is the focal point on this guy? Let me zoom back out so we can see all of him. Ladder God, how do you judge this character? I judge him a lot, is what I judge. I'm passing a lot of judgment. I will say to his benefit, the brown hair actually does stand out decently well to me because it's so warm compared to how cold the rest of his design is. So his face is actually kind of working for me. This side of his body in terms of level of detail is a little distracting. Like this whole side of his body does pull my eye a bit more, but kind of the face works. When he's not covering his neck, because I will say he is doing that, in this, the neck region is a little more distracting. Let me zoom in here. Oh, I'm free. No, I'm not. Actually, I'm suffering. No wonder I'm not feeling well. I've got a leg stuck through my entire being. That'll give you a stomach ache. Don't stretch like this. It'll make your stomach hurt. Help! Help! Where's my reset button? Help! We broke my bottle! No! Help! Wait. Oh, okay, there we go. That feels better. Ugh. Oh god, that was not kind on my neck. That's much better, actually. Thank you for the gloop. That does make me feel better. Yippee! Two-headed mushroom. I only have one head. I don't have two. Little distracting, but honestly, his hair kind of makes his face focal for me because it's so warm compared to everything else. And especially in the in-game model version, all the detail in this, because it's not super high contrast, kind of merges to me, which pushes it back a little bit. I'm willing to give him, like, almost full points for focal point here. He is being outcompeted a little bit, but his face is important. And the robot, actually, well, I'm gonna guess that since he is an automaton worker, or scientist, and he's also an investigator, the robot arm is probably very important to him and his lore, so I don't think it actually bears removing points for that being distracting, because it's near to his face, kind of. It's not super distracting, the face is still primary. I'd give that full points, honestly. Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. And then, concept and motifs. If their intent is to be merging sort of a science laboratory type feeling with a military feeling from the clothing, they're doing pretty well with it, honestly, to the point where now that once I knew that was his background, I can see it, which may just be oversight on my part, but I can pick it up what they're putting down. The coattail is acting in the right way for that, treating his ID almost like it is a Medal of Honor on his chest, the neckline. I see it. So I'm willing to give him full points for concept. He is the lightning one, which for him to be have the automaton arm and shoot a beam of energy, I can see that making sense thematically. The color association, I don't know if is color associating. I don't think we talked about it for this fella. This fella, despite having fire on him, maybe this should have been to his detriment. This fella, despite having fire on him, his element is ice. That works in some way, certainly. Conflicting, maybe a little bit. Almost funny to me, in some ways. But I kind of see what we're going for here. There's no way this is the second best design, though, that I've looked at. Really? Doesn't use ice at all in his gameplay? Oh, he doesn't? This guy doesn't? Okay, that's fine. Having the ice doesn't really make sense. How is this a 9 out of 10? Like, I feel like that's fine. But this is, I think, the second highest grade I've given, and this character doesn't feel that stand out to me. Interesting. Real opportunity for an arc reactor type element on his chest or shoulder that was pulsing electricity? Could be. That could be very interesting. Yeah. Who was the first highest? We gave it a 10 out of 10. To her. Simplicity wins? Maybe. Maybe simplicity wins. But in the fact where I'm not missing aspects of his character, and yeah, it doesn't have to be flashy to be a good design either. I feel like sometimes flashiness is mistaken for good in designs, where for her, I think flashiness is a part of her design being good. But yeah, you know, there is something to be said for an understated character. And this character also reminds me a little bit of Hirigayu. There's a VTuber who this character reminds me of a little bit for some reason. Might be the haircut. But yeah, maybe this is a simplicity wins moment. Who was the other one? Oh, we wanted to look at the artist girl. Meep. Oh, hello? I don't like your sound effect when I click into your thing. But that's okay. Boringly competent. You can say that. I don't know if I would say that. I'm not that bugged by him. But here, let me pull open her design, because I don't have her downloaded either. Let's figure out how to spell her name. Z-H-E-Z-H-I. Got it. Once again, really huge in the character render for some reason. There we go. Okay, and she gets like a branch. Okay, so here's her design. She is someone who once again needs a dark background so we can see her properly. I think it's just their socks are so light. Hang on, can I fill this background maybe, please? There we go. Even darker maybe. So you guys did spoil for me that she is an artist. But if I'm gonna be so honest with you, I don't know if I would have immediately gotten that she's an artist from looking at her inherently. But I would get that she's at least maybe in some way a academic. Like I see down here, I see this is a brush, but it is also kind of functioning as a broom maybe for me. And I see that these are also mimicking brushes, even though are they actually? Wait, they might actually be brushes. Never mind, I might be wrong here. Yeah, until you look at the tail. It's not a tail either, I don't think. I think it's part of the staff, although we're having a continuity moment here. We're like, hang on. This goes in up here, and this comes out down here, where unless this staff is like hitting a right angle somewhere, I feel like we're having a continuity error between the angles there. Oh, wait, it just gave me a warning. It just gave me a warning across the top of the screen. You guys couldn't see it. It just gave me a warning, the game. It said, you've been playing for 3 hours, take a break. That's funny. That is funny. It's a crooked branch? Okay, that makes sense. That's so funny. It gave me a playtime warning. I'm not playing the game, it's okay. I am doing well. I'm touching grass. I'm speaking to people. I am using my limbs. It is okay. Oh, wait, yeah, wait. If I move it down, you'll be able to see it. Hang on, look. You've been playing for 3 hours. Please don't forget to take a break. I'm okay, Woowa. It's all right. Her design looks too clean for an artist. I kind of would like to see paint splashes. I want to see more of this gradation happening somewhere where it almost feels like ink stains. Like, I feel like if she had that, I would believe it more, maybe. Positioning the brush does make it look like a tail, reminds me of Okami. It is, yes. Women are allergic to tops with sleeves in this world. That is also true. Although she is wearing sleeves, just not attached to her top. And boy, as I watch this animation, they are exaggerating the way her upper body moves so that they can... Yeah, there's something happening there. There's some physics happening there. Once again, we do have that classic combo of girl who is doing shy. Oh, I'm gonna stand in a demure way and I'm going to push my glasses up. She's got the glasses just like me. Oh, pushes glasses off. She is in like a relatively like revealing-ish outfit. She's got like a body suit on, but she has mid and under boob. The physics are going crazy. And for the fact that her legs are totally covered, it feels very sheer in the stockings way. And she has so much leg. She is so leg. Whoa, leg. But yes, deep cleavage. I think this is definitely them trying to appeal to a specific, trope. Mind you. Physics of a double D when she's a B cup. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. What can you do? Hashtag give gotcha woman attached sleeves. I know it would be as simple as like, even if you just wanted to give me like an attachment that is, whoops, that's not the kind of layer I want. Just give me like this attachment. I don't even think we can you really even see what I'm doing? Just go like this. For it so it's attached maybe? Now it's practical. Non-Newtonian boobs? I don't even know what that means. How much actual clothing is she wearing? So she is wearing what is almost a full bodysuit. She's almost fully covered, but it is just totally sheer everywhere. Feels like design's overcompensating for what's supposed to be a boring character. I don't think she's a boring character, but I do think she is a character who's supposed to be kind of like quiet maybe, and demure, and maybe shy. That her armpits won't be visible anymore. What is with this game and armpits? I don't get it. But yeah, she is wearing a lot of layers for what it's worth. The skirt movement is also quite nice. She is writing on her skirt, which is very interesting. Intriguing, even. For me to believe she's an artist, because I do look at her and I could see calligrapher maybe, because the text on her clothing might push me in that direction. But let me see what the details they give me about her when I click in. And I don't like that she makes that noise. I don't know if you guys hear the noise she's making. I'm not a fan of that. An artist for hire trying to make a living. Reserved and timid, she is not good with words, but speaks volumes through her art, where her creations come to life with impossible authenticity. It's such a pet peeve of mine, and I know that's a personal thing. It is an opinion. It is an opinion. Hear me out. It's an opinion. I'm not saying this is the truth, and this is a problem with her actually. I really am not a big fan of the, oh, so shy character who is dressed revealingly and who is meant to be like super sexualized. I understand why it's popular. I understand why it's a trope that exists. I understand people are into that. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, reserved and timid, but dresses like that, which there's nothing wrong with dressing like this. I have to say that. There's nothing wrong with it. However, it doesn't feel like it makes sense for her character and the way that she would present herself. Reserved and timid. She's not dressed reserved. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like polar opposites. It feels like juxtaposition, and I get that juxtaposition is where the appeal, I say while winking, is for people. Appeal, air quotes. But yeah, I don't know. Bad with fashion, but yes, her fashion is, or bad with words, but her fashion is on point in a very specific kind of way. I don't know. Unfortunately, no one would roll for her otherwise, I think. Potentially But I feel like there's still a way to give like that sort of like shy girl charm in a way that isn't as out of character maybe as this is. I don't know. I feel like there could have been some middle area, but I digress. We should move away from that point because I will harp on that forever if given the opportunity, unfortunately. And then I will get all of the comments like I did on Honkai Star Rail and on Genshin of, oh, you're such a prude, EG. I'm not. Disagree, I'm a sucker for shy characters. If in a gacha, I'd probably try for her. That's fair. Yeah, make characters that are interesting, not just, yeah. People roll for her because of her battle animations and meta strength. She's always low on popularity polls. Oh, okay, so she's low on popularity polls, and I would say it's not working anyway. Which sucks. I love her story, she's so me. Okay, well that's good. If her design reflected that, just as I'm just meh. Oh, I see, okay, I'm fluctuating, I see. So, here's my thoughts on her. I see her as a calligrapher, not maybe as an artist. I feel like we need something where it makes the box on her hip clearly like a watercolor palette, or something to that effect. Or maybe if like the patterning in her clothing was like treated, you know how watercolor has like that like reticulated edge to it? Where I'm not doing a good job of drawing it because it takes some time to render it. But I feel like if we had like a watercolor effect as like patterning on her clothing, like that something like that, just in the rendering style, might push us more directly to artist as opposed to calligrapher. But you know, calligrapher's kind of close. I can see the hints for it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Once again, silhouette, not bad. Once again, not bad. This game, for some reason, loves pigtail type things. But if we've learned anything from this game and from other examples, pigtails are fantastic for silhouette. Just look at Hatsune Miku and you'll see what I mean. But her pigtails are fantastic for her silhouette. She has these billowing arm things that I think are once again sleeves she's not wearing that other characters have. So unfortunately, it's not giving her that much distinction in her clothing silhouette because, what's her face? She has a similar thing happening with her sleeves. And then also having the bottom edge of the clothing functioning the same way. Hers at least has spikes and is jagged. Meanwhile, hers is rounded and smooth and friend-shaped and smooth and friend-shaped. But she's got almost the same silhouette other than hair. Not bad, but it is better. Almost look like a cloak, except not even covering her shoulders. What's the point? Can't cover shoulders. How would we know that she's a cute, attractive girl if we covered her shoulders? Got you there. Issue isn't giving characters sexy outfits. It's always giving them sexy outfits when it doesn't make sense for the character. Yeah, that is a succinct way of saying what I feel. Yeah. I think it just cuts out to imitate lace. Yeah, I do think that is what's happening on her, is that there's cutouts to imitate lace on her neck, but I can't actually see them in game. But there's like a lace-like pattern happening at the top of her sleeve and little cutouts on her chest, maybe. And then at the top of her bodysuit is what I think it is. I'm gonna draw on her a ladder because I just want to see what it looks like on her, because I feel like if I'm doing a ladder design test for her, it's gonna be very... Hang on, so this is like right there. And then, I don't even know where the next division is, right there. And then right like here. And then top of her shoulders. I think I could actually say that is the same. And then chin, bangs, her glasses are so light they don't really contribute. Top of head. And if I turn her off, it's not terrible. Very vacant in some of the areas. It's okay. If we look at where the detail is telling us to look where the detail is telling us to look. It's telling us to look at her chest, and it's telling us to look at her thighs, the top of her thighs. So, focal point question. Where's the focal point for her? Because honestly, hers isn't so bad, but I really feel like for her, there is a focal point, isn't there? Drawing's not writing? Yeah. Looking at Wuwa content instead of other guys. Hello? Hi! Welcome to Wuwa talking. No! Yeah. You're gonna say I'm gonna draw her some pants? I could draw her pants, but I don't know if that's the solution here. Middle of chest is color at the top of the dress. Amber's got it! Gold star for Amber. Yeah. Chest because of the V. Also chest because of the V, yes. Thighs. Okay, I could see the thighs also as being one, but I feel like especially in game, I feel like it is the chest for me, which is why I immediately noticed the way that her animations work and have like liquid physics on her chest area also. It's just because that's where the blue is mostly located. The red, for some reason, is, because it's smaller areas, it's not distracting me and pulling me in. And then this shape, where it's kind of funneling down, does send me down to look at her legs also. Make the pink part longer, please? Maybe. I never thought it was designed as sexy personally, but when you look at it from the front, I can see it. Yeah, from the back, it probably isn't as much. She seems much more covered because of the jacket type thing she's wearing. From the front, yeah, and it's even like curving up. Like if we're talking sight lines, if we're talking lines that are pointing you around in a design, you can use lines to point your viewer to look places. This is pointing us to look down. This is pointing us to look right here pretty much. These are pointing us up at her face at least. Sloping up and in, as is this white color. But I don't know. And then once again, fabric. She must be wearing such skin-tight fabric on the outside of this also, for the shadows to be where they're located. It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna move on from that, we're gonna move on. But focal point. Face is kind of secondary to the clothing. The clothing is definitely more focal. But the face isn't bad, and Amber was right too, that her eyes are nice when you're close to her. I gotta stop clicking that, I don't wanna hear you make that noise anymore. But her eyes being pink and blue, I think is interesting, and it is kind of nice. It's doing something that I appreciate, but it's not great. But yeah, her face is kind of hidden by the hair in the kind of shy girl way. It is okay. But focal point wise, I don't know if it's working all the way. Let me get a brush here. So we're rating her. Silhouette. The hair does make her stronger than Carlotta, who we looked at earlier. But she does have the same silhouette other than the rest of the body. Pupper Kipao would look lovely. I agree. I don't know if I'm saying that word right also, but I do agree that that would look very cute. But I don't think her hair makes her distinct enough, but it's still very similar to Carlotta in silhouette, unfortunately. So I don't know if I would give full points for silhouette here, unfortunately. For color palette, I will say she definitely has one of the most interesting color palettes I've seen, but it is not working in her favor, unfortunately, because it is distracting us from the focal point quite significantly to areas that aren't important to us understanding her as a character. Her concept of motifs, are you guys going to yell at me if I take off points for the outfit don't match the personality thing? I hope not. But like otherwise, I'm picking up or putting down. Getting calligraphy versus artist is not the easiest distinction to make all the time. Approval? Nah, nope. Okay, it's going here. Thank you for allowing me this. I will put it right there. Middle of the road. Complexity versus clarity? She's fine. She's not over-designed. It is with such great relief that the characters in this game are not over-designed for me. Other than Carlotta having a little bit of it happening. Not good would agree. Thank you, Shroommates. You guys have to defend me in the comments when they come after my head, though. My Inquisition better defend me. But honestly, it's not too bad. Yeah, good idea. Not necessarily the best execution here all the way. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Is this correct math? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5? Yeah, 7.5. Do not like this outfit for her personally. Yeah, personality. Do I like this outfit maybe for someone else? Maybe also yes. This outfit might work better on someone else. On a different kind of character. Different person. Or somebody who has hair that is more distinct and is going to draw us into the face more. Or if the blue was more up around the head, maybe it could work better. I feel like there's things that could make it work, and I could see it, but I don't think it's for her. Yeah, this is a pretty outfit, but it's still distracting us from her face, and it feels slightly out of character with her, and I feel like we could have gotten the artist element across maybe a little bit better. So 7.5 I think is fair for her. Let me... Hang on, that's not bright enough, we can't really see it. Yay, I'll give it to, yep. Be there, the local booba-loving, focal point-loving cultist who normally campaigns for the Smexy. This one's a miss. There we go. It's a miss for Ruriku. It's a miss. I like a character with any amount of confidence. Yeah, maybe. See it with her personality, but if the shoulders were covered. Maybe also yes. Wow, we've actually, this is like record-breaking, but I know why this is happening. Wow! This is an unprecedented number of designs we've gotten through in a Squiiji stream, but it's because I'm not actually making pitches for fixes most of the time. We're mostly just grading them, which was the original intent of me doing these, was to just pitch the things that are, like what the rating is. The goal was always to rate them. The goal wasn't to redesign them, and I think somewhere along the way we ended up redesigning a lot of characters in some ways. But I just, and this game makes it a little hard for me to do those edits also because the renders don't match very well. But like, hear me out. My only thought here that I think might benefit this is make this less high contrast, but by making the blue less important, by putting it up here in the hair also, I think that might solve our problem with the chest focal point slightly. And that might help, yes. Want them to start from scratch with this one. That's fair. This is not a slay. Character review down to redesign. If you guys want to ever redesign characters from these games, I am so intrigued to see what you guys do. Once upon a time, people redesigned some Genshin characters, and I thought it was cool. Getting to see, like, how we would modify them, in a way that might be interesting, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these designs have things they're doing in them that are smart and are nice and do work very well, but a lot of the time, there's also things that don't work as well. Feel like 3D Woo was better than 2D. It definitely is. And we can talk about why that is also. I feel like for the fact that that is what the point of this was I didn't really discuss at length why the 2D is better or why the 3D is better than 2D, which is because the 3D seems to be better because the shader has more contrast than the way they're rendering. The characters have darker skin tones than what they're rendering. Material properties are much better conveyed, especially when we're talking about things like the leggings or like the sheer tights they tend to use. They give them this warm undertone, which makes it clear that it's something translucent, and it stands out from the skin tone better as a result. There's just better clarity overall in their in-game model renders, and they're very on-model. The hair is usually working just as well, which is usually the point that gets me when it comes to looking at 2D art, is that the 2D art can be fantastic and has really good silhouette, but in-game they don't pose it, and they don't maintain the silhouette, which is frustrating, so that's why this game is also doing that and doing it better. And then just the shaders are just so nice. Yeah, Genshin has the wet dog effect almost, unfortunately, in-game a lot. And then similarly in Honkai Star Rail, they tend to lose out on body type between the character art versus the 3D. I haven't really noticed any issues with the bodies not matching between the art and the 3D. But then again, there's not a ton of variety in the body types I'm seeing here, unfortunately. Lots of girly with long leg, lots of Dorito-shaped man, but not a ton of variety, unfortunately. But then again, if they're using body bases, they are at least being smart and not designing characters that exceed those body base shapes. Because then you end up with, like, what was his name? Ito? Ito? The shirtless guy in Genshin who, like, they had to paint his abs on and he looks like the almost twunk version. Ito? Yeah, the almost twunk version of somebody who was very beefy otherwise in his art. Or, my man Argenti, who rip. They did not give him his crazy triangle silhouette. Ito? Oh, am I not saying it right? Noodleman? Yeah. The unbuff. This game does not suffer from those things, which I am so glad about in the 3Ds. I'm so glad that the game looks just as good in 3D. It is nice. New facial light cone in Honkai Star Rail made me realize did she? What happened to her? I don't know the deal for her, but this game overwhelmingly exceeds my expectations, and I feel bad uninstalling it and continuing to play Honkai Star Rail because Honkai Star Rail has some of the art problems more so than this game does. But this game is an action RPG, and I can't play action RPGs, unfortunately. Now the game is gonna be muscle women. I would always love a muscle woman in a game, but I don't think they'd give you that because the audience they're trying to appeal to is not as into muscle women. as we are. Fei Xiao should have abs. Ah, and does she not? Rip. Ah, I feel bad for her. Somebody's just gonna choose one. Okay. Let's see. So, we still have, like, some time here today. Funny because some of her art in game, you can see she has abs. Oh, so they've ripped it away from you. They've ripped it out of your hands. How cruel of them, but the model doesn't. Oh, no. They teased you with it. They said, oh, we'll give you a glimpse of what you could have, but no, you will not have it. No, you cannot. Yeah. I checked 3D Wuwa on Blender. They put a lot more detail. When the game came out, some of the 3D modelers I am compatriots with also were like pulling open the models in Blender to see them. They've got some nice like normal mapping and shader mapping that makes them look really good in Engine. They just work quite well. I am happy with it. Yeah, the shader tech is nice. Is just Unreal. Yes, that's a pun. Oh, is this Unreal Engine? Is that what you're saying there? I know it's on the Epic Game Store. Is this Unreal Engine? Is it really? Because I would believe that. Might be nice. What is the branch for? I don't know. I think it's for a brush. Or maybe a broom. I'm not sure. Unreal Engine 4? Nice. Nice. I am so looking forward to the day where I can use Unreal Engine. Can we please stop looking at the physics? Sure. This character, I think we already... Or no, we didn't look at this character.
Convention, then
We looked at
conquer
her
by
friend.
ingenuity.
Looked at her friend. Tisha has abs, but it's barely there. Oh no. HSR 3D have around 13k vertex. Wuwa has 24k. Ooh, okay, well, we can talk about performance, which is to say, my computer's running this without a problem, and did not like running Honkai Star Rail for some reason. Never did. But I will say, for games that need to run on phones, kind of tough. That is not an unusual amount of vertexes for a character model to have. Actually, that is way less, probably not vertexes. 24k is probably tries, if I had to guess. Not vertexes. I don't think things are usually measured by vertexes. But I have, if we're talking about try, if those are tries, I have like 60,000 try. I have double what these models have. And for what, apparently? If that is the case. PC struggled at first, got better after running in a circle. There you go, well, that's good at least. Let it load. This is fire character. This is character who is fire. Changli. Changli? Changli? Something of that sort. The DDs the physics were meant for, yes. But also notice, proportionally, they don't have the same physics, and also the physics is very liquidy. It's weird. Strange to me. Let me pull her things open to look at, and then I will have us for the end. We can vote on a final character to look at. What is your name? I like this one. Okay. I like this one's color design, because she has more color depth than some of the others do. I like the blue undertones contrasting with the warmer colors, and it's not just because she has cool colored hair that I feel that way. Let me see. There we go. Yippee! Oh yeah, and once again, the difference between the model art and the in-game is crazy. Crazy. I feel like I'd grade her very differently on her colors, not seeing both, because once again, like, I'm having clarity trouble, there's detail level issues. Let me move this over. Just kind of all over, and she's even standing in more or less a very similar pose here, but it just works so much better in the engine here. Hey, fix my face, I'm not looking the right way. Would have thought your PC would have had more trouble handling Wuwa when your computer blue screened with HSR. My computer's actually not struggling at all to run this, which is amazing. But it really could not handle HSR for some reason. It did fully break my PC cooler, but it is fine. Are you still taking or doing VTuber character submissions for feedback for future streams? I am, fear not. I am. If you do ! Critique, it'll show you the place where you can submit to that if you like. Opening screen of HSR, but you cannot even see the train because the models aren't loading. Yeah, I had way... And also notice for me, I launched this game, my first try, without a single problem. Did we notice that? I spent, what, an hour trying to launch Honkai Star Rail? So they get points for that too. It does run better for me. Legs, yeah, we're not gonna talk about what the legs are doing here. They're kind of breaking a little bit. We're hyper flexing. She's double jointed in her knees. So this is Changli. She is fire, clearly. I'm guessing there may be some sort of phoenix motif going on, or if not, at least some sort of fire thing. Her one arm has the color change done to it, which is very interesting to me. And if I'm making guesses about her, I'd guess she has some sort of status based on the red on the inside. Oh, very funny, Lance. Welcome back, Kiara Takanashi of Hololive. I say welcome back, she's not gone. But she is kind of giving that, yes. I have no leg in this race. I don't either. I actually don't have any legs. These guys have all the more leg I could ever need for this race. What is the deal with her character? So, like, as I'm looking at her character design, once again, another character that has this sort of hip-mounted, hip flounce type situation, which is like half a jacket, but kind of not really. Hers maybe is handled as like an off-the-sleeve type jacket. They really like that outfit style. Phoenix equals Empress in Chinese culture. I don't know. Don't actually like the inside this time. Quilted texture on a non-quilted fabric. Ah, Ryuku's gonna get you in practicality. Ryuku's gonna get you. Burns offer jacket and the mentor for White Dragon Girl. Won't get it from her model, but her outfit changes as she generates stacks of a resource. Interesting. Burns down, so I don't know what that means. It means she might have a more distinct silhouette than it seems like, or might actually be less distinct than it seems like, depending on where it is. But she is giving me some level of status from her clothing. Once again, this is a character, we can't see it here. Another character that has a long ponytail. Long ponytails usually are associated with status. Plush texture we tend to associate with status also, often. Master of Jinshi, the leader of nation. Oh, is she the leader? Face card goes crazy though, I see. Coat burns off, okay. Many Kiara edits of this character. Oh, have they really? I haven't seen them. That's funny though. I can see why. The hair is kind of reminiscent. It's like me and Pearl from Splatoon. Let me click in here and see what we're supposed to be gleaming about her and her design.
With convention.
Oh,
then conquer
whoa!
by ingenuity.
Wait, hang on. Do we see this? I kind of missed this before. Is this why we're saying Phoenix? Because I was getting it kind of. Feathers for her hair, almost like peacock feathers. I like that for the ends of her hair. I wish we could see it from the front more easily, but yeah, it is back there. That's interesting. I like that, okay. Counselor serving the magistrate, former secretary general in the capital. Shrouded by flames, she's fated to burn brightly until her final embers. Okay, so Phoenix. With her fiery determination, strategic mindset rises to power, always thinking ahead to reach her ultimate goal. Okay, I think I am mostly picking up what they're putting down for her. She is literally a phoenix. I see. Literally a phoenix. She does have high status. We did guess those things. She has little hair clippies that you guys told me related to another character, so I know why those are there. She's got her tacit mark right there. Right there. I don't know where you want me to look, game. I don't know. I do like at least that the peacock motif is almost mirrored in these little flame patterns on her chest. It is interesting, and I appreciate the overlap of sort of like a flame type thing with the peacock type feather. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I see it. It's nice. Yeah, tacit mark placement. We've talked about this before. Not great. Oh, one pull on that tie and it's over. Maybe. Unclear. Have any of the Creamo characters had skirts longer as miniskirts and halter tops for all? Good question, actually. Nope. Halter top. Hang on. She doesn't have a halter top, at least. Her skirt's a little bit longer, but it's not a full skirt. Her skirt's maybe a little longer, but once again, halter top. Hang on, you're onto something here. Why? They all really like that shirt shape. Hers is fully different, but hers is still really short. Wow, they really like the, shirt that does shape like this for the top part. Interesting. Once again, another thing that I'm not sure if is boding well for making them all seem different from each other, but what can you do? Oh, you just noticed what the tacit mark is. Sure, I believe you. I will elect to believe you. Can we look at Yinlin after this one? Maybe we'll vote for the final one. I understand why shaping shirts like that can be advantageous. It does either tend to make you go, oh, triangle, apex, up here, look at face, or weight of triangle, look here. But it is very common in this game for some reason. What do we have to talk about here? I almost don't even want to look at this illustration of her because the blue lighting does so much for her color to make her more interesting for me that I feel like doesn't quite work otherwise. Color. It's not too bad. It's more interesting because of the blue undertones. I enjoy the blue undertones. They're nice. Focal point. Plausible deniability shaped. True. Focal point. Where would you say the focal point is here? I like her hand. I do also like her hand. Her hand is interesting. I appreciate that they've... I don't remember any other characters in this game having something like that, so I appreciate their branching out in that. They put out a survey asking for character design creation opinions, so that can be your chance to ask for more unique tops. Wait, do they really? Do they actually have one? If they have a survey, hit me with it, please. I want the survey. If you send it in chat, it might not work, but you can send it in the Discord. Can you send it in the Discord if they actually have one? This is my time to shine. In-game, yeah. Survey? In-game? It's in the in-game menu? Can I just send them a link to these critiques? It's right now. Whoa, hey, okay, cool. We will find that, and maybe I can give them some feedback for it. I can pare down my thoughts to a variety. Survey in-game menu. Send a link through in the in-game mail. Bet. You better bet I'm doing this before I uninstall the game. I will do that. I will pare down my thoughts to my thoughts on color palette. Don't worry, I'll give them both. I'll give them the things that I think they excel at and the things that I wish there was more variety in. Fellas, you should also do this. You should. It's basically an OC maker. Huh? Just send a link to the stream VOD. I wish I could. I don't think they'd sit through that long of it, but that, hey! Huh. It's in the game, in the surveys, in the menus? Question mark, maybe? But I will definitely be partaking in that. I will definitely do that. Huh. Nice. My time to shine. Yippee. More men. Maybe also. Actually clicked that I wasn't 18 plus and couldn't do the survey. Uh-oh. Hoshi, you're getting gotten again, unfortunately. You gotta be 18 plus to do the survey? Why do they require you to do it? Please stream it or make it a video. I don't think it'd be that interesting for me to fill out the survey. We can look at the survey at the end today. Maybe after we look at her, instead of looking at someone else, we can look at what the survey is and maybe summarize our thoughts. Freak you guys. Hoshi, I'm so sorry. The world is out to get you, it seems. But let's talk about this character, and then maybe after we talk about her, we will look at the survey and see if I can find it, and then I can maybe take the survey. It's like creating an OC. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we will do that. Maybe we'll do it after we talk about her design. So I got the elements of her concept. They work for me. Color, it's definitely more interesting in game, but it's not too bad. It is okay. And then focal point. We were trying to shock focal point. Survey's very detailed. Okay. It's like creating an OC. Is it something that should be dedicated to its own stream? I only have like 15 minutes left. Maybe a little more if we're being generous. Is it something I should wait and do later, or was it good to do now? I don't know. No? Men, 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 men. You guys can say men. Popular idea that she designed. Skins, they share a lot of motifs. Heels, tassels, general outfit shape. Okay, I see. Wish I'd add an old nan. Down bad on Carlotta's grandfather. Oh, down bad for the grandfather. See, that's telling. That tells us something. Focal point for me is probably the arm, because it's so dark and so bright at the same time. It's not her face, unfortunately. Either hair or inner fabric for me. Here, it's more so the face, but I still feel like it's like the arm prominently for me. It's the red color, it's high chroma, but it's against all the dark black elements in the design, or it's down here in the legs. But it's not too bad. The bed is still relatively focal, I would say. 100% see the NPCs. That's the problem. I only have 2 streams worth to give to each game that I do this for, and this is the 2nd stream for it. We'll come back someday and we'll do a tier list for them, but we don't usually get to look at NPCs for that. There's like not enough time in the world. For silhouette, her hair is distinct, but she has the same silhouette with the sleeves that are off the shoulders and the dangling part in the body that we see in like 30% of the characters, unfortunately. Something. I don't know. I'm going to look at a grade sheet. Let me look at the grade sheet. Let's see. Let's just look at it gently. Color palette. Honestly, it's fine. The blue tones being a cooler contrast to the warm tones in the dress make it more interesting for me, especially also in the hair, where the hair is gradating to white. It is interesting. I enjoy it. Silhouette. I think I graded some of their characters too highly for the fact that they all, other than hair, have very similar silhouettes for the rest of their body because of that jacket thing they're wearing. The hair is good, and I don't want to beat her up too much because of it, but the rest of the hair is really the only point of distinction. It's the main point of distinction. The peacock feather hair is nice. Complexity versus clarity is fine. No concerns. This game is great for not having concerns. Focal points. The head is mostly focal, and the arm is a secondary focal point. So I would say that she is mostly fine in that way. I do tend to look kind of low in the design also, which might be taking us away from it. I didn't want you to say it looks like an old lady. Give me a cool old lady who looks like an old lady. They're so scared of crow's feet. They're so scared of fine line and wrinkles. They're so scared. They're so scared. Concept motifs. I'm picking up what they're putting down though. It's very obvious. I can see what they're doing. Makes sense. I am mad at her about her. I'm like mad about the silhouette now because she has the same silhouette almost that she does, which is the same silhouette almost. Where did our brush user go? Almost that she does. If it weren't for hair, they'd be pretty much the same. Like very much pretty much the same. I don't know. I feel like all of them needs a half-point deduction because of that. Their hair is great, but the outfit isn't doing as much. I don't know. Because I feel like this is too high. I feel like she does not deserve a 9 out of 10, unfortunately. So panicked at the notice. What notice? Remove her garter belts, making me extremely upset. Why? It is cutting off circulation in her leg. It is quite tight. I don't know. Her hair silhouette isn't as good as some of the others also. I'm changing this because I don't think she's a 9. I really don't think she is. Thigh squish, I like it. I'm sure you do. Automod notice? Oh, what did Automod say? Oh, I permitted the term looks like an old lady. It's fine. It's too tight. I think that is one of those things where it is there for the appeal. It keeps making it look like I'm scratching my face. I want you to know I'm not actually scratching my face. I don't know why my hand tracking is doing that. I'd give her an 8 out of 10, which I think is what this is. 2, 4, yeah, that's 8. I think 8 out of 10 is fair for her. Her design's not bad, and she is interesting, and she has some things that work better than others. But she's not all the way there. Oh, my stomach is rumbling. Automata is silly. Yeah, it doesn't like looks like comments. It does always think they're bad. And the moment you put the word lady or like woman in a comment that it already has like a thing where it's unsure about, it's like false. No, can't say that. They think you're insulting me, I think. Moobot thinks we're all, unfortunately, slightly misogynistic when we are just saying the word lady. Made the old people and young adults really hot. Problem is that they're NPCs. Want the mountain mane that gives me credits? What? Gives you credits? Tell me what we're thinking, but the ends of the hair are meant to look like bird wings based on the motifs. It looks like a tail feather almost to me. But yes, no, I see what you're saying. We were saying earlier it looks like phoenix reference points, but also peacock reference points also. I think there was just maybe a part like a crest because it's a ponytail in her hair or like a tail feather. But yes. Appreciate that all of them have more unique menu poses than stock standing. I do appreciate that also. For this being 3D, they are making the most out of it being 3D. They all have unique animations when they're just standing in the menu. Sadly, I can't rotate around them, which does drive me nuts, and people were saying it's just because I don't have them. But that's kind of annoying. Wouldn't I want to have the character more if I could rotate her? We like rotation around here. Come on, give me some rotation, please. Credits is money. Oh, okay. Is Moobot lady-phobic now? Moobot has many phobics. Let me close that. Where do I find the Link email? Where is the feedback? Wait. Hang on. I'm gonna transfer to another window where we can see it all the way. First, Britphobic. Uh-oh, wait, hang on. It's not capturing the right window. Hang on, wait. I need to go here. Oh, is it not this? It's on the mail? Oh, whoops. This is just general feedback. Is it this? Now I just have the whole game launched behind me. Event? Little envelope. Is that not what I just clicked? Hang on, close that. This one, the link email? Right side. Well, I'd have to send an email to myself. Oh wait, I guess I'll just send to Squiiji. This one? Here? Email linking rewards? No. It's on mail. Mail might not be available in tutorial. No! Am I missing an icon? Is it supposed to be behind my head? There's two little icons down here behind me, but they're just semicolons. Can't see them on the screen. It might not be there. Oh, wait, hang on. If I hide the chat, because I think that's what's covering it, I think it's not there. I think it's actually missing, right? Is that what those two colons are? Not there. Darn it! I can't do it. Okay. Oh, you forced my hand. I guess. Wow! Darn it, you forced my hand. I guess I have to play some of the game in order to do that. I guess I will have to have a stream at some point then that is me playing the game only until I finish the tutorial just so I can do the survey. Maybe when we do... Eventually, we will do a ranking stream for this game. And maybe when we do the ranking for it, we'll start it by playing the game so we can do the feedback, and then we'll do the ranking for it. Does it have a skip button? Show the people your action game skills, which is to say I have none of them. Survey speedrun. Oh my god. Hang on. Run! Run, Rover, run! We're doing fixed camera angles and I don't like it. How far do I have to go? How long is it? We're not trying to have gameplay. I'm not trying to be a gamer right now. Surprise Wuwa stream? No! Hang on. We're not actually gonna play the game. Switches the category to the game.
Are you injured from the fight?
No, I'm not injured from the fight. That's okay. I still don't like your design in game and your bow is over-designed. Can we have chat back? Oh, you're right. You can. You can have chat back if you ask nicely. There we go. It's verifying. It's loading. Chat. There we go. There's no music in the game also. I feel like there's an hour, but there's a skip button. Okay, here's the thing. Do I want to skip it? Do I want to skip it? Or do I want to just wait? Do we want to skip it, or do we just want to wait? Because we can't just wait. We can just wait. We can just wait, and I can start a stream that is going to be my tier list of it. I can just do that. I can just start it with me doing it until we get to that point, and then we can take the survey, and then we can do the tier list. Early story kind of sucks. Beginning story is pretty bad. If you want to play the whole story, you can. Skip it, please. Are you going to delete it after anyways? Well, when we do the tier list for the characters, I need it installed for that still, and it's a 40 gig install, and I don't feel like waiting 2 hours for it to install again. Why is there no audio music also now? What happened? Red Rover, let Squiiji run over. Please, please. I don't know. I am torn. The problem here is that it is 6 o'clock, just about, and I am quite incredibly hungry. I am tummy ache survivor, and I feel like I feel like it would not be smart of me to invest myself into doing a whole survey. I do know there's a critique about the music in this game. Maybe since EG need the feed G, yeah, time for ginger ale and fish cracker. Maybe I'll make you a promise. Maybe we'll say because I need this game installed when we do the tier list, because I need to have all the characters where I can see them, and it is the easiest point. It is the easiest way to do it. So maybe the move here is I'm gonna go through this conversation because I got myself stuck.
This is the statue of Zhezhi,
Thank you, Yang
the
Yang.
sentinel in Zhezhi.
Well, they do the funny little expositioning thing also. They did have to tell me that this is a dragon.
There is one capital and 6 cities in
We'll go through
Hong
this
Kong,
conversation,
with each city having
and
its
then
own
maybe that will be it
sentinel.
for today.
While they share some similarities in appearance,
And then we will come back
there are
another
also
time
differences.
to play the game until we get to the point where I can do the mail, do the survey, and then do a tier list with it. Maybe. Or not tier list, do a survey with it. Maybe, right? Wow! Shakara Brown, thank you for following. Worst part of the game, yippee. Yang Yang yaps a lot. Uh-oh. How long is it? We'll just
You are
advance.
standing face to face with our sentinel?
I didn't actually watch the intro cinematic, so I have no idea what we're talking about either. If I want to actually play the game, I'd probably delete my progress and start over.
One can hardly see our sentinel with their own eyes. According to your description, you stood pretty close.
Yeah,
Only
maybe
the
I imagined it.
sentinel.
That's fine. You should just skip this. Okay. Here, wait, this is a thought, which is that... Here's a thought. I'm gonna skip that. I'm gonna skip that for the sake of, if I want to play this game, I will just start it over from scratch myself later. Thank God. You guys really don't like it, huh? How does this happen? You guys don't like the English voice acting, don't like the early game? Man, for a game you guys showed up to watch, you guys do not like it. I hope you liked my 30 seconds of switching category. We're gonna come back here for a second and we will say farewell. Bad voice directing. Oh no. I am so sorry to hear that it's bad voice directing. Can I put this here, please? There we go. Yippee. Welcome back from the ads. Did you really switch the category for that? Yeah. I did, and now I'm switching it back to just chatting. Just for that much. I was gonna switch it for because we were doing the survey. It was gonna have me in the game, and I was gonna switch it for that, but we're fine. We're not going to for now. Shortest gameplay stream ever. What can I say? I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer for real. Here's the game plan. Because I do want to come back for Brant, as I see somebody mentioning. I want to come back for Brant because I like his character design. I like how silly and exaggerated he is. He is like the epitome of what I enjoy in character design, personally. Back for that. And we're going to do a tier list inevitably at some point of character designs from this series, as I will shortly be doing for Verse 1999, I think actually next week. Eventually we'll get to it, and on the day when we do come back for a tier list for the characters of this game, so we can take a look at all of them, if briefly, we will do the survey. And we will probably play through the game until we get to the survey. Maybe. Unless you would like me to do that on my own, because people seem to not like it very much. Boss music sounds for EG rant. Yeah, this is the final boss. EG, it's me. I'm your final boss. What can you do? I had a feature you can jump to 2.0 after a certain part in the main story. I don't really mind any of that. It's just, I'm not invested in playing the game myself, but at the same time I feel weird, like, missing, I don't know, I feel weird skipping through. Final boss, art teacher, yeah, you're right. Anyways, we'll come back for it. Thank you for joining me here today, and looking at things. Tomorrow is Friday, and tomorrow we have exciting things. Would you like to see your teacher attempt to learn a K-pop dance? Not just any K-pop dance, an 80s dance specifically. Would you like to learn about fashion and its relation to the lore of 80s and their visual styles? I have on hand Licorice Banashi, a fellow YouTube VTuber who is a very cool, also spider lily, and is also very into 80s. And I have been avoiding learning about 80s for about 5 months in preparation for this. Slow it down, make it bouncy. Gotta make that money, make purse, Ruriku. I got ice on my teeth, on my shiny teeth. How does that go? I also know very little about K-pop. Sounds exciting. All right, I'm excited for it. I've been looking forward to it for a while. We had to reschedule it like twice. But it's finally happening tomorrow. I am not a dancer, no, but I know I can learn. I'm figuring it out, don't worry. Got my diamonds from my dentist. Is that part of the lyrics to that song too? I don't know that one as well. But there will be full body tracking, an attempt at it at least, maybe. If it's willing, full body tracking be willing. There will be a PowerPoint. There will be a quiz for me. The teacher is becoming the student. Licorice has prepared for us a PowerPoint, and I believe I am getting quizzed at the end of the stream to see if I retained any of it, which I think is hilarious because Licorice is also a teacher. Licorice also teaches. So teacher and teacher. I've been hanging out with a lot of teachers lately. I got Licorice, got Almantas, a lot of teachers. But it should be a lot of fun, and I'd really appreciate if you guys come and see how it goes tomorrow. I'm excited. I will also probably be doodling. We'll be trying our best, because the whole point is I'm drawing art in exchange for Licorice to be here. I don't remember who I'm drawing, though. I think I'm drawing, actually, I don't know how to say any of these fellas' names. I've never heard any of their names said out loud, because I don't know who they are. The one people call Mother, that one. And then also the one who I think is the leader, but I think is not the leader, but I don't actually know. I'm drawing them, but yes. So excited, glad you started watching the streams. Well, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you'll look forward to it tomorrow. Go eat? Yeah, I should go eat. Thank you for shortening my hair. Do get your snork minis, do get your foods also if you guys have to do that. And on this note, unfortunately, YouTube, I must just say farewell to you. I will say shroom you later. For VOD fellas. Shroom you later also, yes. Bye! Wow! Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you tomorrow! Bye! Bye, YouTube shrooms. Stream was fun, bye-bye. Thank you guys for coming. Bye, YouTube, I'll see you tomorrow. And then Twitch fellas,